Hello, good morning, and welcome to the British Bouldering Championships
2025.
2025.
Live from the brand new Big Depot in Manchester.
My name is Molly Thompson-Smith.
And I'm Martin Smith.
And we will be your co-hosts for today. So we are starting off with the semi-final round for the under-17s, and then we'll move on to the senior semi-final round, and later today.
And then the finals later, both junior and senior. And we'll be culminating around about 8 o'clock this evening.
So it's going to be a really jam-packed day full of new faces, Olympians, and the next British bouldering champion.
Yeah, and this event is also being used as selection for the GB climbing team as well.
So a lot riding on today. We hope you enjoy the stream. I'm really looking forward to seeing some amazing blocks and hopefully some standout performances.
Yeah, okay. Everybody stay tuned for the day. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the British Bouldering Championships 2025. You just heard myself and Martin give a little intro, but we have officially kicked off. So we are starting today with the under-17s, the juniors, and I mean we might already be seeing our first top because Ruben Hayward on M1 is gearing up for the final hold. And that was a flash, I think.
Flash, yeah. First attempt.
Super strong start for Ruben. Wasn't really long enough out on the mats long enough for us to say much. And we might see another top from Bella Ryder as well. Oh, so close. So Bella Ryder is our first female under-17 athlete. She qualified in the last spot for semi-finals, which is 12th. Yesterday we had the qualification round also here at the Big Depot in Manchester. That sounded like a very long day. Juniors and seniors all fighting for a space in today's semi-final round. In the juniors, I think it went down to 12 places, and in the seniors we'll see 20 people climbing in semis later, but let's focus on Bella for now.
Yeah, so in the juniors, Molly, am I right in saying it would be six finalists for the juniors?
Yes.
And the seniors later, there'll be eight finalists.
Yeah, so we're going to half our field from the semi-finals. Oh, just losing Bella out. Looking a little bit more tired on that go. I guess she didn't have the longest rest between attempts, but the clock is ticking. These athletes have 5 minutes on the wall, 5 minutes 15 seconds rest between rotations.
That's right, yeah.
So not much time. Bella's halfway through her time now. and just taking a little breather, trying to figure out what to change for this next go. Her first go was super promising, so I feel like she just needs to rest up and go again.
Yeah, she's pulling back up the wall with just over 2 minutes left. And this is a physical boulder to come out to. Maybe could have, yeah, I feel she could have rested a bit more there.
Yeah.
I think with that much time left on the clock, she got to the last move on her first attempt. I think maybe it would have been wise to rest a little bit longer there.
Yeah, but as we know, this is the junior category, so we've got some younger athletes. I think Bella's been competing in the youth competitions for a couple years now, but I guess you can just see where there's maybe a little bit of a lack of experience there.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. Yeah, but I think... and I think the type of when you come out to this type of boulder as your first boulder, you're kind of raring to go.
Yeah,
you've warmed up in isolation.
Yeah,
you've pulled hard, and I think it's actually a good boulder to come out to first, as opposed to coming out to a slab.
Yeah,
when you can be a bit tentative. So she's kind of eager to get on the wall and try hard, but yeah, you've got to take a step back sometimes and think, okay, maybe I should give myself a little bit more time here. But yeah, she's watching the clock.
Come on, Bella.
1 minute left now.
Okay, Bella's last go now, I reckon. Oh, I'm just looking a bit tired. Sometimes it's quite hard when you have a really good go for your first go as well. You're just thinking about the top hold or the top move, and it can kind of get in the way and be a bit distracting on the rest, because it's almost like it was easy to get there, but obviously Bella still had to try really hard to get to the top, and maybe she's not quite concentrating on whatever she was thinking about when she got there on that first go. So
yeah, that's right. And just at the end there, just a couple of goes there and not getting through the start at all. Perhaps underestimating the start on the first attempt.
Yeah, totally. But first athlete out, probably a little bit nervous. And it's a hard boulder, so we'll see what happens next.
There were no easy boulders in this round. I went through the boulders with Nathan Phillips, one of the route setters, so he's giving me a bit of information about the climbs, and as we go through I'll talk a bit more about them.
So we have our next athletes out, Louis Berlin for the men, and Seren Wednesday Wills for the women.
I recognise Louis as a regular in Sheffield at the climbing works, and Sheffield walls in general.
And Seren straight on it. Now these athletes haven't had a chance to have a look at these boulders, so this is completely on-site format. They don't know what they're going to come out to, and so these athletes have been, Louis taken a little bit longer. He's kind of had a little brush, had a little look at the boulder, and maybe got a bit more of a plan as to what to do, whereas Seren was straight on it. And just struggling with that first move. I guess maybe Bella's first go made it look quite simple, but underestimating how powerful it is.
Okay. So Louis went for a heel hook there. Nathan, the route setter, was telling me that the route setter is intended to put a bit of a knee scum. So you might not be able to see from the screens, but under the volume on the left, there's quite a positive foothold. So the idea was to put your toe on there and get a knee scum into the hold on the right, and then up into the undercut. So we'll see if Louis does that on a second attempt. Okay, now back for the heel again.
Yeah, just not quite seeing the right beater. I guess when route setters put kind of subtle moves in like that, sometimes it can be quite hard to see that, and especially when you're nervous and first boulder out, maybe just tunnel visioned a little bit. But there's still plenty of time left on the clock, just under 3 minutes to go.
We're probably on the steepest part of the competition wall here. What say the angle of that is, Molly? Maybe like around about 45 degrees.
Yeah, definitely the steepest angle on this wall. Maybe tactical from the route setters to get them out on the hardest, kind of most physical after a big day of qualification yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, whilst they're as fresh as possible. Oh, looks like Louis changing up his beater.
And he's got the knee scum in. Okay, this looks more promising.
Up into the zone.
Yes. Come on, Louis. Excellent. Now the move to match this side pull is right. Apparently it's a difficult move. He's held it. Come on, Louis.
Fighting hard.
Oh, well done.
Really good effort from Louis there. But he still needs to match the top with 2 hands. And he does it. Good work,
well
Louis.
Done, Louis.
Saren still over here on our first pink boulder.
Yeah.
And it's just powerful from the get-go, really. I mean, don't underestimate the jump start as well.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, a real physical start for the ladies on this Boulder one.
And it's been cool to see more physical boulders being set for the women across the board this weekend. The women yesterday in the senior category had a really hard power boulder, and I heard an interview with Lucy Garlick, and she said that she loved it even though she didn't do it. It was her favourite boulder. So yeah, really cool to see more of that for our women. Saren getting a little bit frustrated. It's hard to come out and, you know, struggle kind of with the very start of the first boulder of the round. It kind of, you don't want it to set the tone for the rest of the round.
Yes,
but let's hope that Saren doesn't let this phase her and she stays cool, really uses her 5 minutes back in ISO to reset and come out to the next boulder with a clear mind.
Yeah, that's right. If you fall in low on the first boulder, you're absolutely right, Molly. You don't want that to demoralise you or walk away with your head down. You need to remain positive.
Come on, Saren. Last go. Choosing slightly different beater, and it looked like it could have worked, but just...
Yeah, calling time there. About 20 seconds left.
Okay, and now we have 4 athletes on the wall for the first time. So we get our first look at Boulder 2. We have 2 new athletes. We've got Phoebe Cook for the women, and we have Sebastian Edgington for the male juniors. And I believe Sebastian's older sister will be in the senior semi-final later today. So
nice.
Strong family.
Excellent.
Yeah, we welcome Ruben Hayward back onto the wall for boulder number 2, and Bella Ryder as well. Sebastian not wasting any time, and he's straight up into the zone on M1. He's opted for the heel, but has changed his beater, very clever, and has found that little knee scum. Phoebe also making really quick work on this first boulder, up into the zone already, just figuring out which sequence, where to put her feet.
Check.
Yeah, men's boulder 2, very different in comparison to number 1, very dynamic. It starts off with a coordination to the right, and you've got to catch a toe hook. Let's see an attempt here. Okay.
So Martin, when you spoke to the route setters, did they tell you kind of if they'd planned to really separate out the styles on the boulders, or because, you know, number 1 is straight up power,
It is.
number 2 is pretty coordination based.
Yeah.
Did they mention any plan?
No.
No,
not
just gave
at
you
all.
That's all right.
Yeah, Nathan took me through the boulders, and say the competitors going from right to left, but as we can see immediately, very distinct styles on all of them. As we move further left, actually, the wall just become quite vertical, and then at the very end, It's a slab on the far left of the wall.
And I guess, you know, the wall angles kind of lend themselves to certain styles. So the steeper the wall, kind of the more powerful the boulder will be. And
which is great to see, actually. I mean, we don't often see many steep boulders at World Cups, which can often be a complaint from some climbers. You know, bouldering is a physical... I mean, bouldering is, you know, it's a physical sport, or that is one aspect of it, along with, you know, slab climbing, vertical climbing. So you know, it should be covered.
So it's great to see all kind of angles and styles covered on this comp wall here at Big Depot Manchester. All of our athletes just taking a moment to brush the holds and think about their last attempt.
The competition is well underway now, but for anyone that hasn't exactly figured out what is going on, these athletes have come out from isolation conditions to face down these 4 boulders. They've never seen these boulders before, and they have 5 minutes to try their best to get to the top. After their 5 minutes, they go back into isolation to rest for 5 minutes and then move on.
Okay, Ruben is back on the wall and he's trying some alternative beta for the start of this second boulder. Now, you're a coach. What do you give your athletes any advice for when they've got this 5 minutes on the wall? Like, how often should they try one method? Should they switch it up? What do you think? What do you tell them?
I mean, don't write off a method as you have one attempt and it doesn't work. You don't write that off straight away. I think you need to build up that kind of instinctive feel for how moves feel. And you get that by doing a lot of climbing, you know, trying lots of different styles and moves. You know, you're not going to learn it on a fingerboard. You have to do lots of styles, and the more you do, the more you instinctively start to see, you know, patterns in boulders. I mean, because a lot of the competitors now, you know, should be familiar with this type of move. You know,
we've seen a lot of coordination moves like this.
We see them all the time now.
I call it like move vocabulary.
Yeah,
you know, like you build up a bank of vocabulary in terms of movement patterns because they come up time and time again in competitions, in commercial sets now as well. So I'm sure Ruben would have looked at this and been like, right, I know that I have to jump and catch a right toe hook.
Yes, I mean, you can see on the, he's not managed to get that far, but the toe hook on the right, you know, has boot rubber on that hold, which maybe you can't see from the screen, but the toe hook is really poor actually. You know, I kind of expected that to be quite in cut, but it's quite shallow, so I think it'd be quite challenging to get your toe to stick there. You have to be quite accurate.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that as these athletes get a bit older, do more competitions, they'll be able to see things like where the boot rubber is on the holds, where the chalk is, and kind of build their movement vocabulary, and also just see all the signs that sometimes the route setters have left, sometimes other climbers have left, and, you know, be a bit more efficient and quicker to spot the right method. But Ruben was pretty quick to figure that one out. Just looks really hard.
Yeah, it does look a hard boulder, this one. Let's see how Louis gets on with boulder 2.
We have our third set of athletes on the wall now. We have Audrey Frederick in the women, and we have Daniel. Oh no, we have our fourth set of athletes. Daniel Shine for the men.
Strong, Daniel, come on. Come on, Dan.
Daniel looking good, already up into the zone and moving up towards this tricky final section on this yellow boulder. Saren also looking good and into the zone. I think we saw Bella up in that section on that purple boulder. Looks very physical in a different way to their first boulder. The first boulder looked more like pulling physical, the pink. But this purple one looks more like pressy, pushy, a little bit squirmy.
That's right.
Speaking to people, we weren't actually here for the qualifications yesterday, but it sounded like the boulders were very British, which to me means physical, squirmy, and a bit weird. So,
but no crimps.
But no crimps.
Like some of the British climbing tonight, I would think crimps, but there's no crimps. So.
No. I guess we are here at Big Dep in Manchester, and the setters have been using the holds that are from the centre.
That's right. Yeah.
So that has an impact, I guess, on what's been put on the wall.
Yeah.
But I guess competition climbing is trending towards more macros, so that's bigger holds. You can see a lot of dual techs. We can see Daniel on this first men's boulder that's got a lot of shiny on there. There's a lot of shiny. None of it you have to stand on, which is nice for the athletes, but yeah, you can see that hold manufacturers are really playing with textures now, and that's coming up into competitions more and more.
2:45 still on the clock, plenty of time for all of our athletes.
Yeah, just the variety of holes that are available now is incredible.
Yeah, it's changed a lot since I started competing.
Even more so since I competed.
Yeah, true.
I think there wasn't a climbing hold bigger than a fist when I started.
Oh gosh, take me back. Louis also opting for a beta break here. And you just try, don't you? Because especially with a move that's like a coordination move, because 5 minutes is such a short space of time to learn a movement that you're not used to or that you've not done before. And so, you know, when I'm on the mats with my 5 minutes, I'll try what I think is the intended method a few times, and then I'll be like, right, what do I think will work for me, or is there any way around this? Is there another solution?
Yeah. Do you find though that with the coordination style, there is an element of you need multiple goes? It's not unlike, for example, women's one, where perhaps rest more is necessary. On men's two, I think you just need to keep throwing yourself to kind of get your body to feel that movement, don't you?
Yeah, totally. And you know, like muscle memory and these you unlock these moves through repetition and practice, and so you often see athletes just like throwing themselves at coordination moves, like barely having any rest, just go, because you can see them getting closer and closer each go, and they just need time.
Yeah.
Whereas I guess our first boulder is the complete opposite, and probably our athletes need a little bit more rest between their goes. But Daniel's looking really good. He got up here before.
Yeah, he's really struggling. Nathan said that the match into that was a very hard move. I think getting your weight across, the undercut is deep, but there's no positive part.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel's just not quite weighting his right foot enough, because that's the first thing to go.
Yes.
And a coach told me once a weighted foot never slips, so that's a little nugget of information.
He's had quite a few goes. He's getting up there every time now.
He's got the bottom
his left bicep is burning.
Yeah, he's got the bottom section locked in.
With 10 seconds, all the athletes calling their day. Give them all a massive round of applause.
But yeah, we've just run out of time in that rotation.
Chief setter Max Ayrton on the mats. Currently just giving some attention to men's one. So I don't know if you've gone and felt the wall at all, or the holes. The wall is very rough.
Really?
It's a brand new centre. How long's it been open? Just a few weeks?
Oh, it was open on December 23rd, I think.
Yeah,
so
just a few weeks old.
A month old.
The wall is rough, and I think the guys' knees are getting chewed up in that failing knee bar or knee scum.
So we have our next athletes. We've got Louis Crawley out in the men's.
Remember that obviously these athletes are in isolation conditions even when they are.
And we've got Martha Frost-Mullen out on our women's one.
Climb, and then they have to go back straight into isolation again.
Louis working really fast up to this penultimate hold. Opting to stand on the hold rather than the volume, which I guess gives you a little bit more to pull in on. So could be a better option, but it is kind of blocked and round the corner, so it's a little bit more accurate.
I think it's a little bit too low, perhaps. I think you need to get into your shoulder, up into your right shoulder. But he's got a big pair of shoulders on him, so he might be able to make it work.
Yeah. Now we can't really see past boulders men's two very well, but as we were talking about earlier, the wall definitely kind of gets a bit more vertical, so the boulders are getting a bit slower, the holds are getting slightly worse, and I think I can see a little bit more coordination for the men.
Yeah, men's 3. Yeah, some poor slopers.
More dual texture.
A quick stand up at the start of men's 3 with both hands.
And just out the corner of my eye, I can see Bella Ryder on women's 3 moving very slowly across some volumes. So it looks like we've got a technical, slow and steady like vert slab for the women down there on some blue volumes and holds.
Yeah, very little handholds.
So more of a foot boulder.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, and we just see Bella slip off there. I'm guessing there's no footholds on that volume.
No. Pure friction.
Pure friction.
Louis keeping the foot low again on the right. See if he's going to make that work. Yeah, I feel that foot is too low.
Bella back on the wall again. I guess the thing with the more slabby boulders is you can just have more goes because they're less physically kind of taxing, and you're learning as you go, and you know where to put your foot, how much weight to put through it. So I guess on this boulder, Bella can have as many goes as she wants, really, in the 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree. Just like I think we were talking about men's 2 in terms, it's a bit of a feel boulder. I think with slabs you do need just to get on and start to
feel your way through it.
Feel your way through. If you're not confident enough at slabs to be able to perhaps do them first go, then yeah, you just need to get involved, get on board, and
and sometimes it just
attempts.
takes a bit of time to be able to actually trust the footholds.
Yeah, on a slab, I've been trying to trust footholds for 29 years, Molly, and I'm still struggling.
Still got trust issues.
Still got trust issues.
We've seen a bit of a slowdown in tops recently, so our first athletes came out really strong.
Come on, Martha.
But clearly, sometimes the qualification round doesn't kind of provide the order that people expect, and so you might have some really strong athletes qualifying quite low down, and maybe we've had some luck today because we've seen some really quick early tops, and now we're struggling a little bit for tops. But
yeah, you're absolutely right there. I mean, we saw a flash on Boulder 1 for the men from the first competitor, and I think he maybe instinctively think, oh, maybe this one's a soft touch. Maybe everyone's going to rinse this one. And,
exactly.
Bit of nerves run through the room setters. Thinking, we undercut this, but
I've learned never to judge from the first athlete.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just never know. Sometimes coming out first is like, there's no pressure, no expectation.
Yep.
All you can do is improve your result.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And so sometimes it's kind of like the best place to qualify in.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 2 more athletes out on the mats. We've got Isabella Rinaldi, and we've got Toma Kroom. Now, Isabella, I think, goes by Iggy. She's on the British youth team already. I believe she won a medal at European Championships last year in Leeds.
Oh, wow.
Don't quote me on that. I should probably have fact-checked that before I said it, but a very accomplished international youth circuit climber. And just absolutely flying.
Yeah, making a great start on Boulder 1. Okay.
Oh.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, rinse that.
Straight up.
And she looks
so fast.
She looks calm. She looks in control. She looks kind of serious, but in a I'm here to win way.
Absolutely.
She doesn't look nervous.
Yeah, that's the attitude you want.
And I think you can tell that she's been to competitions, that she's competed, on the international circuit, like she looks like she's kind of got her process down a little bit and just has that confidence in her ability.
Yes, yeah.
Meanwhile,
confidence is key.
Confidence is
so
key.
important for these competitions.
Saren is making really good progress on number 3. Oh, commentator's curse, a little slip, but she was most of the way up this techie boulder. All of our guys still struggling with number 2. Just really tricky to... Looks like they're struggling to get their hips in enough to have their foot like in line with the toe hook.
Yeah.
Like they're moving in the right direction and like everything's looking good, but it looks like their kind of like center of gravity is just a little bit too far away from the wall to allow them to lock in on that toe hook.
Yeah, it looks. And Nathan Phillips was telling me the top part of the boulder is still very difficult.
Okay.
So
I think that's good though, because I never like it when there's, you know, a really hard coordination move and then the boulder's over.
Yes, yeah,
so
you're right,
I think
you're right.
it's like it rewards athletes fairly. Like, you know, I think the boulder should be hard to the zone, and then from the zone to the top should be hard as well, because
you're right, that's right.
You're gaining some more, like you've got to do more climbing and you're gaining another more points, I guess. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to see how difficult this end of the boulder is. We are only, I think, halfway through now, so there's still many more athletes to come, and still our top qualifiers from yesterday. So,
yeah, in theory, we should have, we'll be having stronger athletes come out later on. But as Molly said earlier, you know, we had a flash on the first boulder for men, and now we're not seeing many tops. So
Daniel did just look really close to sticking that toe hook, and he gave a little nod when he came off, and I love seeing it when athletes, like, you know, they nod to themselves and they're like, yeah, I've got it, I know what to do. So hopefully Daniel can execute this move. Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly how it's done.
Molly. Well spotted, yeah.
Come on, Daniel, let's see the top of this boulder.
He has to press out of his left, yeah, that's good. Now bringing this right hand in.
Using a heel.
Okay, yeah, Nathan was suggesting that move was difficult.
Now, did he have his, I can't remember, did he have his left foot on the big EP hold? Because
he did, yeah.
It looks tempting to keep it there because it's bigger than the little volume, but I think it kind of, you want to kind of distribute your weight a little bit more evenly, so maybe opting to stand on that tiny little square volume would be better.
Well, it has 1 minute left, so...
But he's straight back on it, I think.
Hopefully he can get through the start again.
And that is execution. Yeah. That's what Daniel will be training at home. You know, you do a move once, but can you do it 3 times in a row?
Yeah.
So really good work from Daniel here. Let's see if he changes anything or just sticks with the same.
Learn from that first attempt. And okay.
Oh, nice. He makes it work. Really good effort from Daniel there, and our first top on M2. I think he just squeezed a bit more, kind of like knew what was happening a bit more.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have another top.
Okay.
Tom McCroom.
Boulder 2 then, I'm not sure how many attempts we had at the start. I mean,
yeah, that's it. You know,
most of his time was taken just trying to do the first move and catch
that's
that toe hook.
coordination moves for you.
Yeah.
Like they just take so long. So, you know, when we were chatting about whether it's better to rest or just have loads of goes, I think that was a demonstration of more goes can be better for that sort of move.
Yes, yeah.
Let's hope Daniel's not too tired after that. He's got 5 minutes now to recover. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Okay, next up on the men's one, we have
now out onto the
Spike forward.
Spike forward and Florence Nuttall.
And for the women, we have Florence Nuttall. Flo, a member of the GB Youth Climbing team. And now we have an athlete on every single boulder on the wall. So we're maxed out on the mats. And we get a look at our final boulders, the slabs.
Yeah, the women's final boulder has kind of a stand-up at the start with no handholds, up to, just to get into balance, moving leftwards, and then a dyno finish.
So there's only like 3 holds on this boulder.
Yeah. Okay, young Spike. up on Boulder number 1, making a good start. He's only 14 years old, this Spike. Trains in Sheffield. Wow.
A good first go.
Yeah.
Oh, Louis looking pretty good on M2, almost sticking the coordination move without the toe hook.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes
That
these
would be-
boulders can be broken, you know, when you've got like a coordination paddle and people stop on the first hold, or, you know,
Yeah.
I guess it's all about body positioning. But I think with this one, it looks a lot easier to stick it with the toe hook.
So I think Louis having to... He's just been thrown some tape. I think maybe he's got a bit of blood on his hand or his knee or something.
Yeah, so when you're on the mats, no blood allowed for obvious hygiene reasons, but you're not allowed to start climbing again until you have covered up the blood. So let's hope Louis' practiced this quick taping.
Yeah.
It's something I've practiced for World Cups.
Yeah, again, another skill that you need.
Oh, interesting method from Spike here, but looking
Over on M1,
really good
Spike forward.
on M1. He opted for a toe hook and kind of kept his feet on the left, which allowed him to match this penultimate hold, and then he kind of just looked really strong and like floated upwards towards the final hold.
Yeah. No, he's as well as a very strong competitor, Spike's also incredible outdoor climber as well. Goes like outside a lot with his dad, John, who's a prolific first ascentist in the Peak District.
Yeah, he works in access as well for the
Yeah.
BBC, right? So
Yeah.
a very good climbing heritage in that family.
Good pedigree.
Yeah. Flo looking really good on F1. She got up here on her first go, so let's see if she can seal the deal and reach that top hold. But she looks a little bit stretched out. She's just trying to figure out how to move out of that position. But yeah, it's not an easy final hold to catch because it's at an angle and you're going to it dynamically. Like, you've got to really hit it with the right kind of, with your body facing the right way. And I think you just need a foot to get back on the wall straight away.
Yeah, so I just when she threw the final hold, was it off the left toe hook?
Yeah, she still had her feet quite
okay.
low.
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
think because of the angle of that and the fact that you're pretty much going onto it with one hand, you need to be a bit higher up on the hold. I think you need to catch it with a bent arm, basically.
Yeah.
And so even though it can be tempting to kind of leave your feet low and stay in the security of the locked-in toe hooks and whatnot, I don't think it sets you up very well to hold the final hold.
No, it just means when the toe does come off, you take a bigger swing.
Yeah.
And your centre of gravity comes too
And
far
it's
away
not
from
a
the
jump.
ball. No.
So
Come on, Martha.
I don't see Bella on the mat, so we might have missed a top from Bella in Spike's in the excitement of Spike's top. So that would be really cool. Well done, Bella, closing out her round with the top. Ruben is eyeing up the zone hold on the final men's boulder, which is the penultimate hold, which is quite mean from the route setters.
What's that, sorry?
The zone hold is the penultimate hold on the final men's boulder.
Oh.
So you've got to do a lot of climbing for any reward there.
Yeah, actually, the where the final hold is, you'll see down on the left the foothold. That hold is really poor. It's really poor. I think trying to stay stable on there and trying to trust that foot will be quite nerve-wracking.
So there's quite a lot of difficulty still in that one move slash the match.
Yeah, the match,
Because you know, you might get your hand on the last hold, but you've got to hold it in control for 3 seconds for it to count as a top.
That's right. Yeah, there's definitely going to be no holding that with one hand and a celebration.
No. And as you can see on that final hold on the final boulder, the tape is on a specific hold on the volume. So athletes may think like, oh, if I just touch the volume with 2 hands, that counts as a top. But no, you've got to hold the hold. That's where the tape is. That's the final hold. So you've got to...
the blue tape at the top?
Yeah.
Okay, that's just distinguishing the out of bounds. So today they're using blue tape. Quite often in competitions they'll put black tape, won't they, to distinguish where a problem finishes or where you can't go beyond. but because of the design of the wall, you can see the kind of these sort of black streaks that kind of separate the angle changes of the wall. So they decided to use blue tape. Yeah. So they're saying they just can't put your hands above that blue tape. That's all. Yeah. Okay. On top number 1 now from there we have Ethan Maxfield, also a resident in Sheffield, originally from Milton Keynes.
And we've got Maya Chapman,
another Sheffield resident.
Saren making her way across the final slab, just finding that balance point. Oh, super close there.
Over on N1, Ethan Maxfield.
Fast work there from Ethan.
Oh, Iggy making really good progress on this second boulder. I think she changed hands that she went up with for that press move.
Yeah, and I was about to say
it looked really steady.
Yeah, the match at the end is not trivial. It's just kind of it's a really poor hold, small undercut, almost like a pebble.
So I guess you've got to really weight your feet then.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And quite tricky because that penultimate hold sticks out quite a lot, so it's kind of in the way. But I guess the good thing is Iggy's got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Nice.
On F2.
Oh, well done. Yeah.
Iggy Rinaldi.
Saren going maybe just a little bit too quickly to the zone hold on that final boulder. It's so hard when you've got coordination on a slab to know how much to give it, because obviously it's a slab, so you've got to be a bit more calm and steady, but when you've got these coordination moves, you've got to give it a little bit more to actually get the momentum and
carry
yourself forward. So
yeah, in these situations on the slabs, in a competition, I think if you're nervous at all, that it reflects more, I would probably say, on slabs than any other style.
Yeah, and
on the steeper climbs at the start, you kind of feel the tension and you can just pull a bit harder. But you have to do the absolute opposite on the slabs. You need to relax and.
Yeah, Saren absolutely nailed that move to the zone. She had the perfect amount of pounce but balance, but then I think maybe just didn't quite give it enough for that top hold. And yeah, hopefully she's got enough time. She's got 1 minute on the clock. Hopefully she can repeat that move to the zone hold and really go for it. Final move, final boulder of this semi-final round.
How's Molly feeling? You've been a bit under the weather this week, haven't you?
I have been a little bit ill, if you couldn't tell already.
You've not had a great week, to be honest.
I've not had a great week. I did have an operation on my ankle on Tuesday and also got hit with the flu. So it's been a bit of a poor me week, but I'm really happy to be here. I've been looking forward to coming to this event all week, and I love seeing the next generation of British climbers. Brings back great memories from when I was competing it as a youth, but it's just incredible to see how much. Wow. Okay, Tomo with some crazy beater on that men's two. I don't think it's going to work. Oh, and a top for Saren. A great way to finish her semi-final round. That was great progression, struggling to start and then getting to the zone and then falling off the last move, and she did it with maybe 5 seconds left on the clock.
Fantastic.
So
that's a strong mind game there.
Yeah.
I think, like we said at the start, you struggle on the first boulder and you don't want to carry that through the rest of the climb. So to finish on the last boulder and do the climb just in a few seconds, that's
definitely,
I think
really,
that's good. That's
really
good
well
point.
done to Saren. Be proud of yourself. Great way to close out the round. We have 2 more athletes. We've got Mia Gallagher And we have Kit Watson-Evans, a member of the depot climbing squad. Maybe he's done some training here. I think a lot of these athletes have been coming here to climb before this event just to get used to the angles of the wall, get used to the setting and the holds, which is, yeah, really good prep. So we'll see if it's paid off. Mia looking really strong on this first boulder, already eyeing up the last 2 holds, taking out the toe hook, and she's straight in there. It looked like she just had more than needed in the tank.
Yeah.
On F1, Mia Gallagher.
I mean, that was topped in under a minute, so...
Yeah, really quick work, and now she's got an extra 4 minutes of rest before the next boulder.
Yeah, that's great for confidence. Ooh, Spike, a couple of times now, has grabbed the hole below the zone, but not caught the toe catch, but still, both times almost stayed on.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're like really strong, it's hard to like not over strong a move, you know? Like, I think his biceps are just going pull as soon as he hits that
He is an
hand
animal,
hold.
Spike. He's an
And so he's
animal.
almost like pulling himself off the wall because he's so strong. So, but he sticks it.
You were right there. His arms were still quite bent there when he caught the toe hook. But let's see how he gets on with the top.
I think he'll like the top. Yeah, light work, Spike.
Yeah. So that's just the second top on Boulder 2 for the men.
Yeah, so not many tops on this boulder. So really good work from Spike. He's 2 for 2 now.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Very strong start.
Louis nailing that coordination move on the start of M3. This one looks really hard as well. I don't think we've seen anyone even up to the zone.
Okay, yeah.
And I think... almost a top from Phoebe Cook on our final women's boulder. She's just short of that last hold, just needs to give it a little bit more, but she's made it to the zone really quick. She's got more than 2 minutes on the clock, so I'm confident that she'll, with a bit more confidence from Phoebe,
Yeah, that's right.
she'll finish her round with the top as well. And I think we've seen our first top from Martha on F3, just quietly slabbing her way up the slab.
Come on, Basti.
Flow into the zone on women's 2. Let's see if she opts for the right hand press that we saw Iggy successfully do. Now if you look closer at her right foot, you can see that there's quite a lot of shiny on that macro. Like there's a bit of texture for the foot, but I think when a foot holds so big, it can be quite easy to like not focus on where you're standing. So you've got to be really careful that you're stood on the textured part of the foothold and not the no-tex.
Yeah, it's just it's quite a decent sized hole, isn't it? But such a small part that's actually usable.
Yeah. Another top from Kit there in the last minute on M1. So good start to his round.
The great thing about these holes, though, they're just very aesthetically very pleasing, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a good looking boulder.
Yeah.
Come on, Phoebe.
And Phoebe has a little foot slip, but I feel like she had a bit more power in that attempt, so hopefully the next go she can make it work.
Strong flow, come on.
So as we said, we've got 12 athletes in the semi-final round. They are all competing for a space in the finals later on today, where we'll see 6 of them. This is just our Youth B athletes. Anyone older is in the senior category. And this is being used as national championships, but also selection to the British climbing team and international events. Big calendar for the youth this year. They've got Youth World Championships later in the summer in Helsinki, and lots of European Youth Cups before then.
So close there. Give them all a massive round of applause, and we can welcome out to the mats Hamir Seacombe and Liliana Bain.
So out on the mats, we've now got Javier, Seacom, and Liliana Bain. Javier, a member of the Catalyst climbing squad, and a lot of these young athletes are members of climbing squads. I started in a squad when I was younger, and it was just really nice to climb with other young climbers and, you know, feed off of each other and train, and it made it fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
That's why everybody's still here, because they've found climbing fun, they enjoy it. And, yeah, I think it's probably rare now that a climber would come through in isolation. I think most of them are probably part of some sort of squad. I think Ethan on men's 2, I think he just got the toe catch relatively quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been a minute and we're about to see another top on M2.
Apologies, I'm not sure if that was a flash or not. I wasn't sure if he'd already pulled on, but that was...
I was watching Javier just float up the first boulder, so 2 really quick tops on M1 and M2.
Yeah, tops are coming a bit fast now, aren't they?
Liliana just struggling with the powerful start on F1. Seen a few different methods for this start. Some of the athletes opting for kind of Gaston shouldering at the start, and others kind of whacking a heel up above their head and rolling into this next hold.
Come on, Daniel.
Oh, nice catch from Daniel.
Come on, Daniel.
Facing out on the slab, a route setter favourite. He's into the zone. Let's see if he can do this really difficult final move.
Come on.
So on the bonus hold, so it's the zone hold now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nathan was telling me on the top right of the hold, there's actually a small part that you can hold. Although it's in the kind of polished part of the hole.
Right. So you are holding no text?
Yeah, the no text, that's right.
But you can crimp it?
Yeah, he thought it is holdable there. But I think that's really difficult to see.
Yes.
You know, I think if you're reading that from the ground, I think it's highly unlikely that you're going to try and grab there.
Yeah, I mean, if I see shiny,
go
I
there out of
avoid.
desperation.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't think you're going to read that from the ground, are you?
No.
Super strong. Come on, Liliana.
Yeah, men's Boulder 3.
It's proving to be the most difficult boulder of the round, I think.
Yeah, really difficult. But quite often, this is the semi-final round. It can quite often be the hardest round.
Yeah, I guess.
Is after a good separation, aren't they? So.
For sure. Iggy slowly working her way through this third boulder. Audrey looking really good up to the zone on this final boulder. I think she's hit it most tries. Let's see if she can turn it into a top. Oh no.
Yeah, it seemed like she just hesitated at the last moment there, didn't she? Didn't get across.
And with moves as like powerful and committing as that, any hesitation just not helpful.
Maya Chapman on women's 3. Yeah, again, the right foot, it's proving, creating a lot of problems is that right foot hold, isn't it?
Toma finally sticking the coordination move on at the beginning of men's 3, but the move to the zone just looks so hard.
And it's a really poor hold as well.
It's a really poor hold. You've got to drive off of no text, and your hands aren't very good, so it's just hard all around. But let's see if you can do it. Oh, that was pretty close.
Yeah.
Is there a jib in there? No jib.
It's just a very shallow dish.
Okay.
Yeah, it looked very poor. Very poor.
And it's not like you get any good feet after that either.
No.
you stood on more no-techs.
Yeah, difficult lock to the last hole. From there, there's a small intermediate, and then again with the left hand to the top. But yeah, a few more competitors, so we'll see if anybody can get through that section.
So now coming out for their first boulder, Caitlin Fletcher and Charlie Wardrop.
So now we've got Caitlin Fletcher on F1 and Charlie Wardrop on M1. Maya into the zone on women's 2. I think she flashed the first boulder. So she's had a great start to this semi-final round and is looking good again. Just struggling to get the foot up there. Well, Spike straight into that coordination move on M3. He kind of went a little bit more 1-2 than the other athletes, I think. It was almost like he went into the undercut first and then hit the right hand, but looked like he maybe overpowered it a little bit.
Spike overpowered something. I don't believe it. Oh, okay.
Martha looking comfy on F4 and staticked into that zone hold, so didn't need to step through with the feet. I guess the more confident you are on your feet, the more range and reach you have, and let's see if she can turn it into a top. Oh, just short. Didn't quite get over that left foot. The route setters have very cleverly placed that top hold quite far left, which really forces the athletes to, you know, shift their weight all the way over that left foot. You can't just kind of half-heartedly jump or kind of pop to it. You've really got to commit,
full
be able to stand on that small foothold and send your weight all the way up and left. Charlie up into the zone again on M1. He got here on his first go. Let's see if he can figure out how to make this top section work. We've seen a few people roll over.
Okay.
And I guess it means you've got your left hand, the hand you want, on the penultimate hole, but then you're all twisted, and it's a long way for that right hand to come up and out to that final hole.
That's right, yeah. I'm looking at Charlie, and all I can see is a young Ryan Pascal.
Flo just losing balance there on number 3, but looks like she's making good progress, so let's hope that 1 minute 45 is enough time on the clock for her to convert that into a top. Martha into the zone again. Let's see if she can really push that weight over that foot. And I think Spike just got our first zone on the M3.
Yeah. Hey, look, he might be calling it a day though.
It looks like Spike is calling it a day.
He has over a minute left, but he's obviously decided that boulder's beyond him.
That's confident though.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it is best, like a boulder is either just, you can't do it, or but often you feel the pressure to keep trying until the very end, or maybe he knows that no one's done it, and a zone on that is good enough.
Will he be given the zone on there? Because he stopped on the hole, but he didn't move from it.
I'm not sure.
I'm not.
That will be interesting.
Yeah.
And Martha does finally secure that top hold. Well done, Martha. Great finish to your semi-final round. Lots of falls here at the British Bouldering Championships because we have a really tough set of boulders, but the athletes are doing an amazing job, and I'm really enjoying watching them all try their very hardest.
Give them all a massive round of applause, and we can welcome out our first place qualifiers.
We're now into our first place qualifiers, Imogen Lilly and Tom Bauknecht. Now, these two athletes won the qualification round yesterday, so they are technically strongest, best athletes from the qualification round, and we'll see how they get on with this semi-final round.
Okay, yeah, well, I just checked with the judge on men's 3, and yeah, Spike was awarded the zone hold on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's great for Spike. He's now a zone ahead of everyone else with 2 tops.
Yeah.
So I guess he's
Nice.
conserving skin and energy for the final later on. Which, if he makes it,
That looks good, yeah.
tactical decision. Oh, a really quick zone on M3 for
Max. Ethan.
For Ethan.
Maxfield. Yeah,
wow, that
Ethan.
must have been within the first 2 goes. Really
Yeah.
good work from
Ethan
him.
is absolutely incredible on coordination boulders. Yeah,
That's his style.
Yeah,
He seemed pretty good at power boulders too.
yes, but he also plays quite a bit of rugby.
see.
Yeah, he's a bit of an
Come on,
all-round
Tom.
athlete, is
Yeah.
Ethan. But yeah, unusually for a lot of he loves the slabs. Yeah, he'll say.
Sounds like he's a bit of an all-rounder
Yeah,
then.
he's like my favourite climber is slabs.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's a top for Tom there. But I guess this is a great round for Ethan then. He started with a
Come
power
on,
boulder.
Iggy.
Yeah.
He's had a difficult coordination boulder and then another boulder that starts with an element of coordination. So sometimes you just, the round just suits you and it's...
On F4.
That's right, yeah.
And a quick top from Iggy. I think we all expected that. I think that was... Is that
Okay.
4 tops for
So
Iggy?
yeah,
Come on,
Ethan's
Ethan,
now
stick with it.
held the zone.
Oh, and he's matched in. Let's see if he can do this final
Come
lot.
on, Ethan.
Oh, that intermediate looks like it's not giving much.
No, it's really poor. Actually, I've just remembered now that Nathan said that through the route setters when they were trying that move, they pushed down on the leg in order to get a little bit more height.
Oh, wow,
For that
okay.
last move.
Every little helps, I guess.
Yeah.
2 minutes 30
Imogen
to go.
looks like she's getting a little bit frustrated. Let's hope she can kind of stay cool and calm. It's just the first boulder.
That's right.
She's already got the zone, so
Yeah.
it's all good. Come on, Imogen, you've got this.
Imogen's a regular at the climbing works in Sheffield. Kind of come up through the youth system there.
Yeah, another athlete who's on the British team and has competed at European Youth Cups and Championships. I think she made a final last year, so quite a lot of experience. I guess also with experience comes a bit more pressure. She's the first place qualifier. She's made finals at European Youth Cups. I guess she expects herself to be in the final here
Yes.
and to maybe be winning this event.
Yeah, really. Yeah, probably putting pressure on herself. And again, we've seen this a number of times on the first boulder. Good first attempts, and then subsequently, that's
Struggling to match that first
Yeah.
attempt, yeah.
Yeah, I think she just needs to take a moment here and probably rest a bit longer.
Yeah. She's got over a minute on the clock. Let's hope she runs down that time and
Come on,
really
Imogen.
gives it some for this final go, because we know she can do it. I'm sure she knows she can do it. Come on, Imogen. Meanwhile, over on the final men's boulder, I think I just saw Toma finding that little no-text crimp on the top of the zone.
Okay.
So it didn't look like it was amazing, but it might be helpful for this final move. And Javier is eyeing up the final hold on M2, and another top for him.
On F2.
2 for 2.
Great. Yeah, he looks a very competent climber. He seems to moves very well.
Yeah, looks really instinctive for him.
30 seconds left.
10 seconds is left on the clock. I'm not sure that's enough time for our climbers on the wall, but everyone loves a buzzer beater.
And so that is it for new athletes. We have seen all of our semi-finalists now, so we will lose Boulder's F1 and M1. And we will slowly start making our way leftwards along the comp wall.
So that's it for F and M1. We've seen all of our athletes on the first boulders. No more new athletes to come out, and we could turn our attention to the rest of the boulders.
Super smooth spike. Come on. Super close there from Flo. Come on, Spike.
Spike forward, looking good on men's 4. Certainly secured the zone. His first attempt to grab the top of the hole.
Nice
There's
kick,
that
come on.
potential hidden crimp, but he didn't manage to find it. Plenty of time left though.
Come on, Flo.
Last move on women's 4 now.
Come on, Flo.
Full commitment here needed from Flo. Come on. Oh no! Yeah, look really tentative.
2 minutes 13
Really
to go.
tentative on that move then.
Come on, Spike.
Spike forward, looking good on his last boulder. Just to match in on that bad foot, and he's made it work.
On M4,
That's
attack for Spike forward.
Fantastic round for Spike forward. 3 of the 4 boulders and zone on the boulder he didn't quite finish. Yeah, great round. Certainly be seeing Spike in the final later. We like to see Flo top in this last boulder. Had a really good attempt, dropped the last hold. Unfortunately, didn't quite commit fully. Running out of time though.
Come on, Flo!
Come on, Flo.
Come on, Flo.
Oh no!
Slight foot slip. I think she'd have had it
Give all these
otherwise.
athletes a massive round of applause.
Great effort. Bit of a heartbreaking way to finish the round, but I hope she's happy with some of her performance. Imogen and Javier back on the mats. Hope Imogen's taken the 5 minutes to kind of recompose and get back into the right mindset to continue this round. She was getting a little frustrated on F1, but there's still 3 more boulders to go, plenty of time, plenty of opportunities, so come on, Imogen.
Yeah, she's definitely one of those climbers who shows her emotions. Some keep it a bit more internal, but yeah, was certainly looking quite frustrated after boulder 1, so hopefully she's put that aside.
Come on, Maya.
Ethan on his favourite style, the slab.
Yeah.
Looking really good.
Yeah, just a few moments ago we saw his teammate Spike topping this boulder. Yeah, so Spike was the only top of this boulder so far.
Ethan is also looking quite good.
Yeah.
Did Spike use the crimp?
Side
hold?
Come on.
No, he didn't. No. No, he managed to make it work without finding that. Okay.
And that's a zone for Javier on number 3.
Okay.
It's all happening now.
Yeah.
Maya looking really close to sticking the zone on the final women's boulder.
Half your time gone, 2
And
minutes 30
Liliana
remaining.
making really good progress on number 3 as well. Ethan has ditched the chalk bag.
Yeah, the right foothold that he's on, it's really tricky to weight it. It's kind of, you can't really tell from this angle, but it's, the volume goes in slightly, and so it's just a very odd angle to weight your foot. So from a distance, yeah, it might look quite good, but yeah, it's quite poor. It's difficult to weight.
It's a second top from Tom on M2.
Maya Chapman on the final move. Wins 4. Come on, Maya. Really go for it.
Looks like her hips just came out from the wall slightly towards the end of that attempt.
Yeah, I'd say probably one of the smaller competitors as well, so it's a big move.
Yeah, a really long way for her to go. Javier has stuck this zone on M3 3 or 4 times now. Let's see if he can convert it into a top. It just looks so hard to match that hold, and I guess the foot's really, it's quite shallow.
Yeah, that's a really difficult boulder, that one.
Great efforts from all of our athletes who are on the mats during that rotation. We are now also done with boulder number 2. So just 2 boulders left to focus on. We've got Caitlin and Charlie on boulder number 3. And Kit and Mia on boulder number 4. Wow, really confident, interesting method there from Mia on that final women's boulder. She opted to just stand up and step through all in one kind of fluid movement. Really confident.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you do want to go to that a bit slower.
Yeah, she's also changed her method already, so, you know, tried one way, didn't work, so now tried another way. Let's see if she'll... Maybe she was testing between the two to see which one she wanted to commit to for a little bit, but...
Okay, got it with the left leg this time.
Yeah, same as the first, maybe. Yeah, and that's how she tried it on her flash go, but it seems like there's quite a lot of power and movement in that method, and maybe needs to be a little bit more precise.
Yeah, the zone hold is not great, so I think at the moment there's too much force moving left. It's going to be difficult to stop like that.
And I guess the left volume for the foot doesn't actually come out that much, so it's not much of a stopper. Like, won't kill the movement.
So yeah, went much slower that go. Stood up first and then moved across.
Yeah,
that was much better.
Doesn't want to stand on the little foot. It's a long way to go without it.
Yeah.
Come on, Mia. That's it. Trust it. Didn't quite trust it, but seems maybe is one of the taller athletes and kind of could use her length to get most of the way there anyways.
Yeah.
But see, she was on the right-hand side of the hold, so just still needs to shift her way over that foot to fully be able to hold that final hold. Yeah,
I didn't get a good look at that final hold. It's obviously very poor because every athlete has hesitated there, haven't they? They kind of put the foot on and question themselves. And then, yeah.
Nicely executed that move to the zone again. Come on, Mia. That was much better.
Yeah.
Much more commitment. She really, you could see her weight shift completely over that left foot. And rather than just being able to reach that top hold with the left hand, she was fully in front of it, arms bent, 2 hands.
Yeah, that was good.
Much better.
Yeah.
Really well done, Mia.
Yeah, I wonder if she's thinking to herself now that she's completed the boulder, whether she could have flashed it or whether she could have done it quicker. Okay, where when you went for it, that was fine.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully she'll just be happy with the top.
One minute 20 to go. Come on, Charlie. Come on, kid. So now our final athletes out on Boulder 3.
We've got Tom and Imogen, and we've got Liliana and Javier on number 4. Imogen just sussing out what's going on with this boulder, taking her time, having a look through it. Liliana and Tom brushing, doing all the prep work. Javier, meanwhile, halfway up the boulder.
Yeah, there's no messing around for him, is there? Yeah, I think Imogen really needs a good performance on this boulder here. Frustrated on boulder 1 and number 2 as well, so I think mentally she needs some good attempts on this boulder now.
Yeah, having a tough round so far, but she's moving really well on this boulder, already into the zone, and let's hope that she can figure out a way of standing up into that dual textured macro. So quite a low score, like low tops round for the women in this semi-final round. Iggy with 3.
Yeah, really tough round. Okay, Javier looking really good in his last boulder. Just feeling out the last hold. See if we can get the match.
On M4.
Okay, yes.
Javier Seacon.
Good work from Javier. One of 2 tops on that boulder.
Yeah, just Spike and Javier. So yeah, that's a great finish for him. Yeah, certainly secured a final place there.
Liliana going slow and steady on this final boulder into the zone hold. And Imogen back on for another go. Clearly really good at standing on her feet, just kind of walking across those volumes, no problems.
Yeah, I'll see how she gets on with this section in. Yeah.
It looks like her weight was slightly too far left. She kind of just peeled backwards out of that. I think to be able to be comfortable in this position and hold this upside down macro, you've really got to stand up.
Yes, yeah. It's quite poor is the undercut. It's very round. There's no positive part on it, and it's, I think, as you said, Molly, you just need to stand up quickly on your right foot to make it feel like an undercut.
I'm just struggling to kind of unlock this first coordination move on M3. Definitely the hardest boulder of the round, with just 4 zones. 4 people getting the zone on it so far. just under a minute left on the clock for our athletes. Liliana, eyeing up the last hold. She got closed last time. Let's see if she can do it this time. Come on.
Right, here we go.
Just not quite enough.
Yeah.
She's got time for another go if she's quick. See if she can get that buzzer beater. I feel like Imogen had the right idea there. She was trying to stand up quick, but that foot just ripped from underneath her.
It's obviously a difficult boulder. It's women's 3. We've only seen one top.
So we are now into the last part of this semi-final competition. Only the final boulder remaining for our last 4 athletes. On F4, Caitlin Fletcher. On M4, Charlie Wardrop.
Around the centre, we've got the seniors warming up for their semi-final round, starting at... Hold on, I'll just find the time. Senior semi-final starting at 11:30 this morning, so they're all getting ready to go as we finish up our junior boulder semi-final round. This is the British Bouldering Championships. There's obviously a title on the line, but it's also being used as selection to the national team and for international events this year.
Super smooth, Caitlin.
Yeah, quite often the British Championships has historically been in the summer. So changing it around into in the winter period now, at the end of January.
Yeah, which may seem quite early for people, but it does mean that there's no clashes with any World Cups, so we are seeing the best of the best competing today. We've got Olympic champion Toby Roberts, we've got Olympic finalists Hamish MacArthur and Erin McNeith. You know, we are seeing the best that Britain has. Which
even have Olympians in the commentary
booth. Yeah, everyone but me. So yeah, it should be a really exciting day, and I'm really glad that we can see, you know, the best athletes in the country fight it out for that title. I think that's how it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it should be a great round. Yeah, stay at 11:30 for the seniors.
Stay tuned, and then we have final rounds to come later, so it's just going to get more and more exciting throughout the day.
I mean, it's basically going to be it's a World Cup standard competition.
Yeah.
With those names, the route setters have no option but to make it a World Cup standard competition. You
know, like there was a boulder yesterday in the men's qualification round that pretty much you had to have a World Cup medal to top, apparently. So.
Okay, wow.
Oh, and that's a great top from Caitlin Fletcher on her last boulder, closing out the round with a top, and really pushing herself up the leaderboard here. You know, a top really counts for something in this women's field
it
today.
Does, doesn't it? Yeah.
That could even be, you know, a place in the final.
Yeah, same for the men's actually. Top 6 go through to the final. So
at the moment we've got Daniel Shine hanging on in 6th place. I'm not sure that there's much change that can happen in the men's comp. I think all of our, you know, the 2 athletes we've got left climbing. Although Charlie is on the wall right now, and he's looking really good on this zone hold. See if he can really trust that foot and stand up into it. Just loses balance there. Yeah, we've just got Tom to come out after Charlie, and he's already in 4th place, so I think that our men's final is almost set.
Yes, we've not been to this new big depot in Manchester yet.
It's big.
Absolutely huge. We're up on a mezzanine now, myself and Molly, where there's an upper bouldering area where Molly said some of the senior competitors are warming up, and the competition is going on downstairs, and then behind where the competition, there's lots of people just doing some lead climbing or top roping and auto belaying.
Yeah, this centre will also be hosting the British Lead Climbing Championships in February, so stay tuned for that one as well. There's an absolutely monster lead wall behind the boulder wall. It looks amazing. Gutted to be missing out, but that will be an amazing competition as well. So yeah, thank you to Big Depot Manchester for hosting our national championships.
Yeah, the routes really do look incredible. Even from a boulderer like me, I'd be tempted to put a rope on. I would definitely want to put a rope on here, yeah.
So we've got some stats on the screen here, number of tops for each problem, the most topped problems.
Give a massive round of applause, and let's welcome out our final athletes in this semi-final competition.
As we said, problem 3 for the men seems to be the most challenging, with no tops, and 4 people getting the zone. 3 people. 4 people. In the women, every boulder has seen a top, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's good.
Well
to
done,
see.
route setters.
Yeah.
The most tops actually being on number 4. This slab with a dynamic finish. So yeah, really good split.
Yeah, it's such a difficult job. Such a difficult job. And you know, the route setters have been setting for, as well as the junior climbers, the seniors later, so they've had a massive week. I mean,
Yeah, if you just think about how many boulders they've had to set, and you know, they're setting for youth B climbers, they're setting for aspiring national senior climbers, they're setting for World Cup climbers, they're setting for Olympic champions. You know, like, how do you balance all of that in one round? Whoa, and that's finally probably the performance Imogen's been kind of expecting of herself and hoping for in this round.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well done, Imogen. Really cool that she managed to come out for the last boulder and finish with a flash.
Yes, yeah, I think it was a flash there. Yeah, for Imogen. So.
And Tom really
Whoa.
using his length there to secure the top on this final boulder. Probably not what the route setters had intended or hoped for, but there's always one. And I think it is a skill to know your length and your size and to be able to use that. So well done to Tom for knowing and also trusting his feet enough to kind of, you know, be that extended on a volume.
Yeah, you need to realise how tall you are on the wall, and if you can see an easier way, choose it. Yeah.
I guess climbing is all about problem solving, and that's just the way that Tom solved this problem.
Yeah.
So that is it for our junior semi-final round.
Next up, we will have the seniors semi-final.
I think we'll see. Oh, you can see the timetable for today on the screen. We've just finished our boulder semi-finals for the under-17s. In about an hour's time, we'll have our semi-finals for the seniors, which I'm really excited to see.
Yeah.
The qualifications were really interesting. There were some surprise results in there, a lot of new faces, a lot of familiar faces, and I can't wait. I think it's going to be really good.
Yeah, I'm expecting some very difficult boulders.
Me too.
I really think the route setters were going to be. They're going to really crank up the difficulty. I think we're really going to see a separation.
Yeah,
this
we
afternoon.
had Toby Roberts, Olympic champ, and Hamish MacArthur, Olympic finalist, tied for first place in the men's with, I think it was 5 and 6, five tops in 6 attempts. So the route setters are going to have to definitely make it a bit harder to split those two. But yeah, on the screen right now you can see our men's semi-final results for this under-17s round that we've just seen. Spike Fullwood leading the way with 3 tops in 9 attempts, 4 zones in 10.
Yeah.
Excellent from him.
Place, yeah.
Also 3 tops. Ethan, efficient climbing, 2 flashes, has him in 3rd place. Tom does have a 3rd top. We just saw him on the slab. He topped the final boulder. I don't think it's been updated on the screen yet.
Can all of the volunteers please stay where you are, don't go and
And we've got Daniel Shine, who hung on in there in 6th place.
Yeah, and topping his boulder on his 8th attempt.
8th attempt, that coordination boulder.
Yeah.
You're right, it took him quite a few goes to get that first move, but you know, perseverance pays off clearly.
It really
and
does.
if you're looking at this and you're like, hang on, why is 6th place in 6th place and 7th place in 7th when, you know, 7 has a 1, a flash? That's because Daniel has an extra zone compared to Ruben. And the order that the scores now go in is tops, zones, and then your attempts. So it pays to do more climbing across the board than to do it quickly.
Yeah.
Here we have the women's semi-final results. Isabella Rinaldi in first place with 3 tops. Imogen Lilly snuck on in there in 5th place.
Yeah, I think maybe
But I think the score is wrong.
Yeah, I think that should be problem number 4 that she flashed. And
Yes.
Which, I mean, that's incredible. I mean, we've been talking about that all day, haven't we? About having that strong mindset. And once you've finished with the boulder, just trying to keep your head level and concentrate on the boulder that's in front of you. Forget about the one that's gone behind. Yeah, concentrate on what's in front of you, and look at that. A flash on that last boulder
was enough.
Has got her a final place. Incredible.
And I hope she's proud of her efforts and can go into the finals, you know, feeling excited, raring to go. And, you know, maybe she really carried the pressure from qualifying in first, so hopefully this gives her an opportunity to go in and actually enjoy the finals, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah, I think the competitors do relax it. Okay, I've made the final, right?
Yeah, now
it's all
it's
to
like,
play for.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy myself. Okay, so
that's it from us for now.
Yeah, we'll see everybody at 11:30.
Yeah, come back, tune back in at 11:30 for the senior semi-final rounds. It's going to be amazing. And a little bit later on in the afternoon for the junior finals.
Yeah. Okay. See you
Thanks,
later.
everyone.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Junior British Bouldering Championships 2019 at Harrowall. I'm not competing today, so let's go and chat to some people who are. Follow me. Okay, so let me give you a brief rundown on how today's going to work. There are 8 categories total. There's Youth C, Youth B, Youth A, and Junior male and female categories. In each category, there are 8 boulder problems that they need to try. They have 5 attempts maximum at each of the boulder problems and 2 hours to try them, and the boulder problems are hard. It's marked as attempts for tops, and then the number of attempts to get zone holds. We then count up the scores and see who the winners are. The top 6 go into the finals, which are held later today. Very, very hard to give an accurate estimation, but do you have a rough gauge of how difficult some of the climbs are?
Oh, the style is so difficult. It's really insecure. So it's one go it might feel V1 when you do everything right, and the next go it might feel V8. Generally like kind of V4 to V8, somewhere in that region.
Are you excited to watch the finals competition later on today and see how they get on with those blocks?
Yeah, it's a stressful part for us because we're like, will this work? But yeah, once it's go, then yeah, it's great to sit back and go, there's nothing more we can do now.
Competing in the Youth A female category today. How have you found it so far?
It's good so far. It's just loads of people, so it's fun. But
I've heard the climbs are very, very difficult. Do you have any particular aspirations for today's event?
I want to make finals, so hopefully that will happen.
That's a good aspiration. And have you done this one before, the Junior BBCs?
Yeah, I've done it for the past few years, so it's quite good.
Okay. Best result so far?
Won last year, so.
So final seems quite likely. Oh, well, carry on then, Megan.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Good luck. Bye. I'm here with non-stop crusher Nathan Whaley, who is competing in the junior male category today.
Yes.
For the last time?
No, I've got one more year.
Hey, fantastic. Have you had a look at the blocks? How do they look?
So I've had a look around. They look quite hard, to be honest. None look too easy, no jug ladders or anything like that. So they do look pretty hard today. Yeah.
Do you have any sort of tactics for this sort of day?
You've always got to try and get your first top out of the way. So you've got to like get that one problem out of the way. So you try and get that first, and then after that you just have to on the lower like star ones, and like you've got to leave dynos. So you can leave them till the end because they don't waste too much energy. That kind of thing.
Introducing Sammy Oakes, who's competing in junior male. How are you finding today, Sam?
Good. It's quite hard so far. Really hot in here. So yeah, it's kind of sweaty and not very nice at the minute, but Should be alright.
It's hot and sweaty for everybody, so at least it's nice and even. Have you had a look around at the climbs? Is there any that you think is particularly harder than the others?
I don't know, they all look pretty hard to be fair, but we'll see, I guess. I've only got on 2 so far.
Well, they've got to be hard. They're supposed to be challenging you guys. What is your involvement in the event today, Neil?
Well, La Sportiva are sponsoring the event. I mean, there's loads of athletes out there wearing our shoes already. Some who don't wear them, who want to try them on. You know how climbing's going these days, like indoor bouldering is so specific. La Sportiva have made a real push with shoes that are designed specifically for indoor competitions. It's really important for us to support something like this. It's amazing to see how it's all changed. I mean, nowadays, like indoor climbing is almost fused with parkour, and you've got to be good at the running jumps and the paddle dynos. I mean, for my generation, it was just about pulling really hard on small holds. So it's not enough just to be strong. You've got to have the movement, and if anything, you really need to learn the movement before you get strong, because we see climbers who get strong first really struggle to learn the movement afterwards. So it's definitely not just all about training.
Okay, it's getting a little bit tense now. There's only a few minutes left of the qualification round, and then we'll be unveiling the finals boulders for those who have made it into the top scores. I'm going to go and find a good place to watch. Enjoy. I'll see you next time.
I think I joined the BMC when I was about 11 years old, so I could compete for, or try to compete for GB and enter all my regional competitions that I was so excited to do. I also think the BMC could improve EDI by making climbing more accessible for all sorts of people, for example, families with low income or people in the city who just don't have access to the outdoors or don't see it as a place for them. The BMC ensures that we can all have access to climbing crags across the country and that everyone using them is looking after them. They're clean and the rock is in good quality, so that's really important to me as an outdoor climber. And then for competitions, they ensure that I can get away and actually be insured whilst I'm competing, which not many insurance companies actually do, so that's really important to me. And lastly, they are really keen on promoting diversity within climbing, and it's so nice to work with an organisation that shares the same passions as I do and has the same ideals and visions for where climbing should be. I hope as a BMC ambassador I'm able to be a role model for those people who might not see themselves looking the same as other people within the climbing community. So hopefully I'll be able to reach a new audience for the BMC, but also speak to their climbers who've been going for a long time. I think climbing has changed already quite a lot because of the Olympics. There are loads more climbing walls across the country, and also I think the style is changing so that even the easier boulders are a lot more fun and interesting and more like comp style, so people can really have a go at what they've seen at the Olympics at their local gym.
My name is Abby Robinson. I'm a GB paraclimber and 3-time world champion in the B2 women's category. So I joined the BMC because I'm a competition climber, so membership gives me access to all of the competitions, both able-bodied and paraclimbing competitions, as well as all of the inclusive paraclimbing events that they run. Being part of the paraclimbing team has made a massive difference to me as a person. It's really helped me cope with coming to terms with my disability. Meeting other people, I think when I first got diagnosed with my visual impairment and being referred to as disabled was something that really didn't sit well with me. I didn't feel disabled. I didn't feel like I was any less able or independent as any other person, but that word disabled kind of really hung over me. Being part of the paraclimbing team and meeting other people with disabilities that were just as independent and just as able, if not more able, than a lot of people without any kind of impairments was really comforting for me. And it really showed me that my visual impairment didn't have to be a barrier for me, and that I can be fit and healthy and strong and independent whilst also being visually impaired. The paraclimbing team in particular is really tight-knit, and it is a really, really lovely team to be a part of. You know, we're all so different in our abilities and disabilities, but also really similar in sort of the experiences we've all had, and I think that really brings us closer together. So being part of the paraclimbing team is it's a real privilege. Obviously, as paraclimbing grows as a sport, like nationwide and worldwide, we're sort of creating lots of small paraclimbing communities across the country, and the BMC are supporting us in that, in putting on paraclimbing events and creating more paraclimbing competitions. So I've sort of continued my support for the BMC, and in return they're sort of helping paraclimbing grow as a sport, I guess.
British Lead Championships at the Beacon in North Wales. Petzl's here, everybody's here. And the championships are just about to start. Let's go and check it out. So here we are, I'm with Emily Phillips, the lead champion for 2019. How was the route?
It was really fun actually, yeah. Quite bouldery at the top, which suited me. And there was a huge rest in the middle, which I definitely took advantage of.
So you say it suited you bouldering, but you've had a really good run of form this year. You've been climbing really well in bouldering and in lead, is that right?
Mainly bouldering has been my strength this year, and I definitely prefer it as a discipline, but I've got a few more Lead World Cups this year, and I'm really enjoying it so far.
I must admit, from my perspective, it looks really, really, really intense, so I'll be staying well away. But really good effort and good luck with the rest of this year.
Thank you very much.
So, it's all over. 2019 champion, Billy Rydell. How was it, Billy?
It was amazing, yeah. A total surprise. I really enjoyed the route, and clearly it went well.
So you say total surprise. Did you not expect you were in with a good chance?
Well, I'm mostly a boulderer, and yesterday went really well, so I thought that I was in a better shape than I was expecting, but still, everyone in the final was really, really good, so I was hoping for a podium. Winning is, it's amazing.
Can I just ask one question, coming from like a static climbing kind of person? What was that first move like off the floor? It looked desperate.
Absolutely terrifying. Everybody in the back was like, somebody's definitely going to fall off this move. We were so sure it was. We all do bouldering as well, so it's not something totally foreign to us, but that sort of move so unpredictable. Anybody could have fallen off it, so it was just a massive relief as soon as we were off the ground.
I can imagine it was. Well, really well done.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic effort. Nice one. So there we have it. The BLCC 2019 at the Beacon. What an event. One of the best. This wall really, really tested the climbers. I must admit, I'm pretty glad I wasn't in it. So yeah, that wraps it up. Another great event.
Okay, so what is the BMC? Why are we members?
Because the BMC is the representative body for all people in these outdoor spaces.
Climbers, mountaineers, hill walkers. If you love the outdoors, if you love adventure, then chances are you're doing one of these disciplines, sports, pursuits, hobbies, whatever you want to call it. We're actually, to some extent, all part of the same club.
I think there's a lot of people that venture into the outdoors that do overlap in all of the areas but maybe don't realise it. I mean, even somebody who might consider themselves just a boulderer, you know, they're going out into the wilds, maybe like could be a long walk in potentially, you know, they're going off into these open spaces, so they are hill walkers until they get to their area.
That's so funny, Steve. I love the idea that for some people, the bit that I love doing, the walk, is it, and for you, it's just getting to the bit where you start doing your thing.
Quite often, to be honest, the walk is the best bit.
Or the hardest bit,
I mean,
for some people.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know there's been a lot of times where the walk has been the most important part of the day. So it might be a long walk to do a single route, followed by another long walk back. And the climb is really just like a focus point of the day's activity, but really it was about the walk, and that was the beautiful part of the day.
So climbing's taken me from London. I grew up there and I left when I was about 19, and it's brought me up here. And I was one of those people who basically didn't know that national parks existed, pretty much, and just could never see myself in the outdoors because it hadn't reached me down in London, and I hadn't seen anyone who I could really connect with, or just didn't know where to even start. So climbing's kind of opened that door for me and allowed me to find something that's now invaluable in my life, and yeah, a really important space, activity and community.
How do you think we can build that community and reach people who, you know, the Molly who isn't the GB climbing Molly, but you know, might be interested and get as much out of it as you?
I think a lot of the time we make messages for climbers already, or people who, I guess, the access is there and it's not too hard. But for me, when I was down in London and my parents didn't go outside at all, and I couldn't drive and I didn't know where to start, like it felt like a completely different world up here and really hard to get to. So I think maybe finding solutions for people like that, and then really speaking to them so that they actually feel like it's possible.
You know, if you can't see it, if you don't know anyone who does it, if you don't see yourself represented, then why would you think it's for you?
Yeah, exactly. You'd probably think the opposite, that it's not for you.
Yeah. You know, we're at Stanage Edge in the Peak District. We're really close to Manchester, really close to Sheffield. There's going to be loads of people in those cities who don't even know this place exists. Or they don't, if they do know it exists, they don't know how to get to it or what to do when you get here. And I think those people should be part of the BMC family as well, because this should be for everyone and we should all reap the benefits of it. When I get outside, for me, with busy work life, busy family, it's sort of just that breath of fresh air and that connection and that sense of space. And I think it's connecting to something that feels bigger than just me.
It is my entire life. It's been spun around being in the outdoors, and it's everything from fun days out to like my career, to pushing myself and being the best I can be physically and mentally. It's the family are involved. It's everything, and it gives so much. It's just been such a great ride.
For those people who've heard of the British Mountaineering Council, gone, oh, I'm a walker, I'm a climber, maybe I should join. Why should they join? Like, why hand over your hard-earned cash?
I think one of the biggest reasons to join the BMC, and certainly what the members feel like is one of the biggest reasons, is to do with conservation and access. People have got to look after this place, and the knowledge that the BMC have online and in other areas of literature is vast. So people that join the BMC get access to all of that, and they know that they're supporting the good work that the BMC does in making sure that these beautiful places are available for everyone to enjoy.
And for the future.
And for the future, absolutely.
They're a trusted source to help you progress your journey, whatever it is that you want to do, whether it's just going for a walk and not being as worried about getting lost because you know what to do. or if you want to try scrambling, or if you want to try mountaineering, the BMC is your natural home.
In joining the BMC, you're kind of investing in not only your own future outside, but like you said, the future of the outside for others as well. And I like that I'm contributing to your experience as a hill walker and Steve's experience on the rocks to the young kids who are aspiring to go to the Olympics. It really makes you feel like you're part of a family, and there's just so much that you can access, whether it is literal access to crags or information or a community.
So a good day's climbing for me is just like the ultimate way to spend any part of my life, and after a really good day's climbing, whether it's inside or outside, I just feel amazing. I feel like all my stresses, all my worries, all the pressures, they've just dissipated, and I just feel totally great. I'd recommend it to anybody.
At the end of the day, it's about having a good time and making sure people after you can also have a good time.
Well, our breaking news this morning is, of course, this fire. Dozens of families evacuated from their homes in Greater Manchester after a massive blaze on Saddleworth Moor.
The army is on standby to help. Police declared a major incident and fire crews battled through the night to contain the flames.
It's burned for 3 days, and today the flames did nothing but grow and spread and destroy an area of over 6 square kilometres.
There was 20-foot high flames going all the way up that moor. The firefighters have just gone out to try and start putting out.
In the face of our climate changing, of people behaving like idiots, I mean, how depressing is that? You live in a beautiful, beautiful area like this, and all you can think of doing is coming up.
So very, very carefully. It's in a very precarious position, as we've seen with these moorland incidents. There's dropping of a cigarette or the use of a small barbecue, these tinfoil barbecues and alike, is seen some very significant incidents.
With the deepwater solo season quickly approaching and crags being busier than usual, you may be searching for a different experience out on the rock. So for your safety, we've compiled this fun film providing some key points about how to deepwater solo safely.
The best time to get out in the UK in deepwater solo is in August, September. This is when the water's the warmest.
Remember to check the tide times carefully before climbing. Remember that a neap spring tide is not actually that high, so check which routes need high tides.
Never go deepwater sailing on your own in case you're getting difficulties in the water. Working out an escape plan is as important as working out the moves.
Before starting climbing, it's always useful to check the fall zones to see if there's any underwater hazards that could injure you. This is why it's so important to check the tide times and the water depth.
Climbing out of the water might not always be an option. Having a rope or a buoyancy aid potentially could save lives.
The Great British weather is known for its sporadic nature. One moment it could be glorious sunshine and the next it could be belting down with rain. This is why it's important to pay attention to sudden changes in weather, specifically wind speed, as it can cause dangerous waters. Just because it's the Great British summer doesn't necessarily mean the water is warm. In fact, it's still really cold and can put anyone at risk of cold water shock.
So what is cold water shock? It's an involuntary reaction your body makes when going into cold water. Your chest cavity constricts, making it really hard to breathe, sometimes resulting in hyperventilating and, in extreme cases, cardiac arrest.
Signs of cold water shock include gasping, panic, hyperventilation and restriction of blood flow. So what kind of gear should you take? Well, lots of spare clothes, shoes and chalk just in case you take a few dunks into the water, an ab rope so you can get out safely and a flotation device. Also a down jacket and beach towel wouldn't hurt in case it's cold when you get out of the water.
So now we move on to the slow motion part of the film, how to hit the water. You've got to remember to make as small a profile as possible, pointing your toes and having your arms down by your side. No one wants to slap the underside of their arms or belly flop from 20 feet.
Deepwater soloing is a great way to have a fun day out with friends, but it isn't without risk, so remember to be safe and be smart. For more information, search BMC Deepwater Solo.
Although it's warming up and not technically the season, that won't stop many of you from heading out into the Peak District to experience God's own rock, the Gritstone. We're here at the Roaches for the next feature in our Respect the Rock campaign to give you all the knowledge. So sit tight, here's the download. Firstly, it's worth saying that the gritstone or grit is a truly unique rock type, unlike anything else in the world. It's a hard, coarse-grained rock, and this rough surface provides outstanding friction, allowing you to stand on or grip the very smallest of features. The best time for the grit is over the winter months, when cooler temperatures can maximise friction. It goes without saying, like with all rock types, avoid when wet. Wet grit is weak grit. Give it plenty of time to dry out to avoid causing damage. So let's get this over with. Please, please, please use the designated parking spaces. If they're busy, you've got to move on and try another crag. Parking is one of the biggest bugbears for landowners in the area. Please be respectful and do your bit to help protect the delicate access agreements. Bouldering is booming. This increased footfall is having an effect on the rock and surrounding area. Please ensure to use a bouldering pad to minimise ground erosion and protect your fall. Also, please ensure you stick to the footpaths and avoid going out into the open moorland. There is some really delicate wildlife that needs protecting. In advance of your trip, make sure there aren't any restrictions by checking Natural England's open access website or the BMC's regional access database. Dogs in particular are allowed in the spring and early summer, but they need to be on a lead to avoid disturbing nesting ground birds and lambing. Due to the high friction of the rock, you can use minimal chalk, and when it comes to brushing, please do it gently and with a soft brush. Please avoid using tick marks. Not only are they unsightly, but they can really ruin the experience for the next climber. Working on your route reading, memory and observational skills will also pay dividends in the long run. There are loads of ways to minimise risk and land safely. Before you set off, make sure you read the route and place your pads in the optimal location for where you think you might fall. When using multiple pads, again, think about the places you might fall and avoid placing the gaps directly under fall zones as you may fall through. Finally, if you haven't been outside bouldering before, make sure you increase your height gradually and start on small boulders. You want complete peace of mind in your ability to land safely. We always recommend going out climbing with a partner, and having a spotter massively reduces your chances of injury. They can move pads into optimal locations, stack them for higher up, and ensure you land in the middle of the pad should you fall off. With all that adrenaline and nervous energy, you might feel the need for facilities to come on. If it does, make sure you use the designated toilets, but if an emergency strikes, be respectful, find a quiet place without disturbing anything, and take it home with you. Dog poo bags work a treat and take up no space in your bag. Chipping and the use of any kind of resin is strictly prohibited. It's never been a thing and is completely unacceptable anywhere you go. Barbecues, fires and stoves risk starting wildfires and are strictly prohibited. Please refrain from using any kind of open flame. Stick to the crag snacks and wait until you get home for that fresh cup of tea or 3-course meal. The BMC has been doing some great work through their Hills to Ocean campaign. When you're all packed up and ready to leave, make sure you take your rubbish with you and pick up anything else you see on the way out. So those are our key points for bouldering here in the Peak District. For any further information on how to access the crag itself, please head over to the BMC website or the Regional Access database, and thank you for watching.
Hi there, and welcome to Northumberland Sandstone. This amazing place is way up there, and it can feel more like climbing in Scotland. If you're heading here, then you'll discover some of the most remote feeling rock in the whole of England. The climbs and boulders here can be tricky. They can be athletic and they can very definitely feel bold for the grade. So, on your very first trip, don't be too greedy. Scale back a bit and don't push yourself too much until you get used to the style. While the climbing can be rock hard, the rock can be softer. Now these crags are made from Northumberland sandstone, and this stuff can vary hugely from iron hard to really quite soft and fragile, so take care. Now this is why local ethics have evolved over the years. If you're climbing here, you need to help out to protect this relatively vulnerable rock. First of all, clean your shoes before stepping onto the rock. Just use an old rag or anything. Focus on your footwork to improve your climbing and to reduce the wear on the footholds. Now even if you're trad climbing, a bouldering mat is a good idea because this protects the base of the roots from erosion, and of course it keeps your feet clean as well. Given the soft nature of the rock, think carefully about the gear and where to place it. So placements here have been known to break in the past. Obviously, weak features like thin flakes should be avoided, and do remember that nuts exert less force on the placements than cams do, and so the rock is less likely to break with nut placements. Wet sandstone is weak sandstone. Don't climb damp or wet rock. Doing so just accelerates the erosion and it can cause holes or gear placements to break. As a rock type, sandstone is not really the best medium for working problems or routes that you're right at your limit, and repeated working will accelerate the hold erosion. Set yourself a realistic number of attempts of a line and maybe leave it for another day if you really aren't able to top out relatively quickly. Minimise chalk use and brushing. Now brushing can erode the rock, so use a really soft brush and take a gentle and minimalist approach. Don't brush too hard. So gently whacking the holes with a towel, or ragging as it's termed up here, can be a pretty effective way of removing the chalk and is less abrasive than brushing. Remember that access to many Northumberland crags is not a legal right, but agreements have been made with landowners over many years to allow climbing to continue. The future of our access depends on everyone following these guidelines. So search for BMC RAD and check the crag details before you set off. That's what you need to know before you start climbing here. I'm Steve McClure and I'm off climbing.
My name's Abby Robinson. I'm a GB paraclimber and 3-time world champion in the B2 women's category. So I joined the BMC because I'm a competition climber, so membership gives me access to all of the competitions, both able-bodied and paraclimbing competitions, as well as all of the inclusive paraclimbing events that they run. Being part of the paraclimbing team has made a massive difference to me as a person. It's really helped me cope with coming to terms with my disability. Meeting other people, I think when I first got diagnosed with my visual impairment and being referred to as disabled was something that really didn't sit well with me. I didn't feel disabled. I didn't feel like I was any less able or independent as any other person, but that word disabled kind of really hung over me. Being part of the paraclimbing team and meeting other people with disabilities that were just as independent and just as able, if not more able, than a lot of people without any kind of impairments was really comforting for me. And it really showed me that my visual impairment didn't have to be a barrier for me, and that I can be fit and healthy and strong and independent whilst also being visually impaired. The paraclimbing team in particular is really tight-knit, and it's a really, really lovely team to be a part of. You know, we're all so different in our abilities and disabilities, but also really similar in sort of the experiences we've all had, and I think that really brings us closer together. So being part of the paraclimbing team is it's a real privilege. Obviously, as paraclimbing grows as a sport, like nationwide and worldwide, we're sort of creating lots of small paraclimbing communities across the country, and the BMC are supporting us in that, in putting on paraclimbing events and creating more paraclimbing competitions. So I've sort of continued my support for the BMC, and in return they're sort of helping paraclimbing grow as a sport, I guess.
I don't know if I ever will feel ready, and I would ever feel, prepared enough or strong enough or good enough. Excitement and nerves are kind of the same thing. You get the same symptoms, like whether that's like sweaty hands, increased heart rate, whether you're nervous or excited, but it's kind of like how you frame that. My name is Deepika Hopkins. I work at a gym in London as a rotator, as a coach, and as a counselor. I started climbing when I was 20. I think that's when I first discovered it, which was a really long time ago. And then, yeah, it sort of dabbled a little bit, but then, yeah, like properly got into it in 2018. All our like family holidays growing up were like climbing trips, or like kind of outdoorsy, like mountain things. So yeah, like I've been climbing outdoors since I was probably 2 or 3. My name is Ruth and I'm a climber and coach from Manchester. Sort of like during COVID and after COVID, I got quite psyched to get better. Like obviously I had like a few months like without climbing. So like going back to uni again, I got really psyched like all the uni comps and like training and getting stronger and better. I really enjoy competing. Like I think everyone's experienced like being in like a crowd of like psyched people, like when you work in a boulder together or something. Everyone tries a bit harder, everyone does better sends, like more sends. It's kind of similar to that, but it feels like almost on the next level. Like there's a bit more nerves that go with it, but then like the reward is also higher. So I sort of started competing in London comps last year. I made it through to 3 finals. I feel like I didn't necessarily climb my hardest, my best. I made some very silly mistakes. Ultimately, I've come back from the comp thinking that I've had an amazing time. I love the crowd. I feel like I try harder in front of people. So now it's BBCs, which is a bit ridiculous. The British Bouldering Champs is kind of the biggest competition of the year. There's up to 80 men and 80 women competing, all to be crowned like the best boulderer in Britain. So I think it represents like the pinnacle of British competition climbing. Like you'll have a lot of the best climbers in the UK there. But it's also open to anybody and everyone, which is great as well. So you get to compete against the best in Britain. A lot of other people come along kind of see how they measure up, and I think it's just such a cool event to be a part of. I've entered the British Bouldering Championships twice now, so I entered in 2021 and 2022. Last year I trained a bit harder for it. I managed to come in 25th, so that was a pretty big improvement from the year before. At the end of January I had quite a bad mountaineering accident. I fell down a gully, so I fell about 200 metres. Broke my collarbone and sprained both ankles. This year, like coming back from that, yeah, I kind of wanted to see how strong I can get, to be ready for like try really hard and everything that comes with competition climbing. So that's the biggest challenge for me. I decided to enter the BBCs 2 weeks before the comp. So I haven't really had much time to prepare. I've just added a bit more dynamic training or like a bit more movement practice into my sessions, because that's what's lacking, I feel like, in my climbing the most. It'll be interesting to see how I guess like maintain my head gain throughout. Climbing in general as well, you know, it's as much mental as it is physical, and competitions perhaps even more so. Actually, yeah, I'm glad that I've only given myself 2 weeks to get stressed out.
Hello and welcome to Devonshire Green in the heart of Sheffield City Centre. We are here for the cliffhanger event, the British Bouldering Championships 2023. Crowd is building nicely, there's a lot of anticipation in the air. Good cool conditions for some hard moves and some amazing looking boulders in front of us. And yeah, it's hard to know how this one's going to go.
The waiting element is always the hardest one for me. So it was a little bit more nerve-wracking. Like there are a lot of people that like Krisha is really good. I think Louis Parkinson was in there at the same time as me. I didn't quite expect everyone else to be, you know, very much in that comp mindset. I could tell I was nervous. Like my hands were a little bit sweaty. You're in the warm-up zone from where you can hear bits and pieces. Then I got called to go out on the stage. as you wait to go out on the mats, you sat basically just behind the wall, and like you kind of have to sit in like a tunnel behind the stage for like 5 minutes before you go out, which feels like the longest 5 minutes of my life. And you can see everyone, and you can hear the timer going, and hear your name being announced, and you have to like start walking out and then out onto the boulders. I'd say like the moment I started trying the boulder, my focus was just that. I kind of zoned everything else out. I wasn't really like hearing or thinking much at all. Like I was kind of just doing, so I couldn't really hear the crowd that much. Like I could tell they were there, but I wasn't really listening to them, I guess. I think I struggled with nerves a little bit on Boulder 1. Like it was really tacky and stabby, and like I'd usually love that, but like I wasn't finding the right balance of just standing on my feet, and I was trying to pull really hard with my arms because like I was, all warm and excited and ready to go. Getting the double catch dyno on Boulder 2, being able to catch that move, that was a very, very cool moment. So I remember that moment. I think I will always remember that moment. I fell off the next move after, but yeah, I remember that moment.
Hello and welcome to the 2025 British Bouldering Championships. We are here at the brand new centre in Manchester, the Big Depot, for the Boulder semi-finals for our senior category.
Yeah, we have the female and male competitors competing. 20 female climbers, 20 male climbers, and they'll be coming out in reverse order from which they qualified. First out of the men will have Oliver Goodwin, and for the women, Ruth Yeomanson.
Yeah, yesterday we had our qualification round. It was a very long day where we saw many climbers, all the way down to 20 athletes. These 20 athletes are going to be competing for a space in the final, which will be happening later today. We'll have 8 competitors.
That's right, yeah, the top 8 competitors.
Now this event is of course the British Climbing Championship, so we'll have a title on the line, but it's also being used as selection to the British Climbing team and for international events. So it's a big day for British climbing and for all of these athletes here.
George Lonsdale is the Master of Ceremonies. He's currently telling the crowd here what the format of this afternoon will be.
So today, for our semi-final round, we've got 5 minutes on the wall, 5 minutes 15 off. There's like a little 15-second transition period between rotations, and that happens for, all 4 boulders, all 20 athletes. So we'll see how everyone gets on.
Yeah, so the boulders for the semi-final will be on-site format. In the qualifiers yesterday, the climbers were able to watch each other, and there were also demonstration videos for each boulder. So much more relaxed format for the qualifiers.
Quite an unusual qualifying format for the British Bouldering Championships. Not one I personally ever competed at.
Okay.
And we should also say who we are, by the way, if you've just tuned in. Hi, my name is Molly Thompson-Smith, member of British Climbing team, and I'm joined by
Martin Smith, and I used to be a member of the GB climbing team many years ago, so early 2000, mid 2000. So yeah.
So we can cover GB climbing for a while.
Yeah. Okay, so our first competitors are out, Ruth and Oliver. Now me and Molly have both spoken to the route setters. They were telling us that a women's 1 is one of the hardest boulders. Boulders 1 and 4 for the women, and actually 1 and 4 for the men as well.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense. I think the route setters like to kind of, really throw the athletes in the deep end, get them off to a hard start. It makes sense. They're the most rested, I guess, and then finish with a tough one as well. Very, very kind of them.
Yeah. So it might be a little bit difficult from the screen to tell the angle of the wall. The women's boulder on the left is a slab, but only just. It's a very slight angle change off vertical.
Yeah, not the most slabby wall, this competition wall.
I suppose the volumes though are creating it making it more of a slab.
Yeah, definitely. Oliver had a really good go. Speaking to Zoe Wood, one of the route setters, she said this was one of the hardest boulders for the men, and she said it was a test of thumb strength.
Ooh.
as it's largely thumb-based, this boulder. This zone hold, you can't really see it in that much detail on the stream, but there's only a slither of texture available for the thumb, which is the underside of that, the bigger red hold, and then there's actually a small screw on underneath it to block it. So it's really marginal on the hands. You know, these holds look big that Oliver's on right now, but they don't really offer that much positive grip. So it's all on the feet and in the thumbs.
Yeah, quite often these days, these huge climbing holes, they offer very little grip, don't they? There's nothing much to it. There's nothing positive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're never very positive, are they?
No. Ruth on F1. This looks like you can either go quick or you can go slow, which I think is kind of quite common in competition style like boulders nowadays. There's a quick method or a slow method, but kind of like the guys, not much to go off for the hands. Definitely a foot focused boulder to begin with.
And in contrast to the junior competition we had earlier, where the competitors, their first boulder they came out to was a steep boulder. So I feel, you know, when you've warmed up in isolation, you're raring to go, that steep boulder can be a really good opening. And you think, right, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here, we're having the complete opposite. They're coming out onto a slab where you kind of need to calm yourself down, stay a little bit relaxed and balanced. And it can be a bit unnerving. I have found that myself, that I found it unnerving to come out to a slab first.
Definitely. And these athletes won't have seen these boulders before right now. This is an on-site format, as Martin said earlier, and so, you know, they don't know what to expect when they're coming out. They might have had a cheeky look at the comp wall yesterday and kind of looked at the angles, or they've been here before preparing for this competition, so they kind of know what they're up against, but they won't know, you know, what order they're climbing in terms of angles. So it's all a surprise. So yeah, like you said, they'll probably come out raring to go, and then they've got to be like, oh, hang on a second, I actually need to chill out and move really slowly through this technical volume climb.
Yeah, that's right.
Ruth just slipping there. I think that volume is no-tex with a jib on it.
Okay, so it has like a secondary volume on.
Yeah, so the route setters have created a bit of a stack here, I guess to kick the wall out so that it is a bit more slabby and a bit more focused on the feet, because the rest of this competition wall is quite, is a bit steeper, so.
Yeah, progressing left to right, the wall gets progressively steeper as we move along.
So both athletes have the zone, I believe. Off to a pretty good start. They are just the first of 20, so they're our lowest qualifiers. Not to say that they're, you know, not as good as everyone else, but we can expect a lot of excellent climbing from this round. We've got a pretty stacked field today. We've got Olympic champions to start off at the top. We've got Olympic finalists. We've got European Championship medalists. We've got second and third from the European Bouldering Championship last year with Max Milne and Diane Akhtar.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't remember such a stacked field for British Championships.
You're totally right.
It's absolutely brilliant, to see everybody here. And it's good for everybody else to see what the standard is.
Definitely.
Okay, if you can see these people, you know, it's if you don't see them, if you just see them on the internet or you know, at the Olympics, it almost seems unattainable.
Yeah.
If you see those people in the flesh, you see what they're doing, you've seen their warm-up routine, what they're doing. You know, it's all good experience for you. It makes them feel more real, and they are human, these people.
Definitely.
just
about. Questionably. Yeah, no, it's really inspiring. You know, I was flicking through some of the Instagram accounts for the junior athletes this morning before we started, and you know, they've got pictures with athletes like Toby or Max from when they were children, and it's just such an incredible experience for them to be able to compete alongside their heroes and see them compete. And I was just speaking to Bella Ryder, one of our finalists for the under-17 women's, and she was like, I was like, what are you going to do in your gap between finals and semis? And she was like, oh, I'm going to watch. I can't wait to see all the adults. And that's
great.
That's why it's so great combining, junior and senior championships.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, the juniors coming in and seeing the Olympic champion compete.
What an experience.
It's absolutely brilliant for them.
Okay, back to the mats. We've got Catherine McDougall for the women and Jacob Amos for the men.
Yeah, I must say I'm really pleased to see Jacob Amos here in the semi-final. He had a really bad accident. Was it last year? Yeah, maybe like summertime last year. So I'm so pleased to see him here in the semi-final.
Good to have you back, Jacob. And he's looking pretty good into that very delicate zone.
Yeah, I don't have a date of birth for Jacob. I'm not sure how old he is, but he's definitely on the, I would say, the younger side. One of the younger competitors in this field today.
And Catherine McDougall, she's a coach, climbing coach, working with Precision Climbing Team out of City Block. So,
hooray!
Yeah, I'm sure her your old stomping ground.
Yeah. The safe hands of Ben Meeks now.
I'm sure all of Catherine's athletes that she coaches are very excited to be supporting her in this semi-final. She's also struggled with a lot of injuries, particularly to her shoulder, so it's really nice to see her back on the competition mats and moving confidently. She's an excellent slab climber, so I'm really hoping she'll give us a good demonstration of this block 1.
Yeah, you can see Jacob's hand moving around on that zone hold.
Yeah, just trying to get something out of that no texture.
Was there a small amount of texture on the top of the hold?
Yeah, so basically I think what they've done is they've put a small dual textured hold upside down.
Yes,
so your textured bit is on the bottom of the bigger hold, and they've just blocked it with a tiny jib. Just to make it even harder.
It was about to start,
it didn't sound hard enough. But yeah, the route setters have a really difficult job setting for this field. Like we were saying, we've got Olympic champions, we've got people who have, World Cup finalists, European Championship medalists, and aspiring national climbers, and it must be so challenging to set just 4 boulders. Where they've got to be different in style, so you've already got that criteria to hit, and then they've got to be challenging for a range of levels. So well done to the route setters. We'll give the team a shout out. We've got Max Ayrton as chief, Nathan Phillips, who used to be on the British bouldering team himself, World Championship finalist. We've got Zoe Wood, who recently set for US Nationals in Lead. She's set British Lead Climbing Championships and British Bouldering Climbing Championships for junior and senior. She's one of the most, if not the most accomplished, especially female setter in the UK. We've got Alex Prescott, Mikey Cleverdon, and Eli. And Eli. So yeah, a really experienced and diverse setting team. They've done this many times, and they're doing an excellent job so far.
Yeah, so good to have a female setter. I mean, this seemed to go a long period when there were no female setters at these competitions, and I thought, that really needed to be addressed and be changed.
Yeah, it's excellent to have Zoe on the team. She's an incredible setter outright. But it is just, as a woman, I really appreciate having a female setter on the team. I think,
Yeah, it's crazy to think it went so long without. Things are slowly improving.
Definitely. And we're seeing amazing boulders for it.
Yeah.
No luck for Catherine or Jacob on their first boulders, but, there's still 3 more boulders to come, and we have 18 athletes left to come out, so I'm sure we'll see some tops soon. So it sounded like yesterday's qualification round was quite mixed. We had some easier boulders, but then we had a boulder in both the men and women's fields that didn't get a single top.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh no, actually, Toby and Hamish were the only tops on the final boulder for the men. And then there was a boulder in the women's field that didn't get a single top, so it must have been pretty desperate. And I wonder how they're all feeling today.
They're all so fit though, these athletes. They come into these competitions knowing, all being well, they're going to climb 2 days in a row. If they make it through the qualifiers, they've got a second day. And so, a day like today, it's a really big day for them. If you make the semi-final, you're in the semi-final. If you make the final, you've got rest period, then you've got to climb again in the evening. The finals are not until they won't finish until around about 8 o'clock. So it's a really long day. So you need that capacity.
Yeah, we may be at the bouldering championships, but it is definitely a test of endurance as well. There's a lot of climbing to be done. a lot of like mental focus required across a long period of time as well. So, Joe Honeyfield looking really good on M1. He's kind of looks like he's the first to kind of transition his weight a little bit further to the left and actually even think about going for the last hold.
Yeah, well, I mean, he touched the last hold. Definitely some work before he'd stick to that hold, but he made an effort towards it.
It looks like it's not over even. We've seen this a couple of times in the juniors, and we'll see it again in the seniors today. But the zone and the top hold are just the last two holds.
Yes. Yeah.
Which means that there's a lot to be done.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Even though you've got the zone and you're like, right, I can see the last hold. There's still clearly a lot of difficult climbing or work to be done.
Yes.
If there's such a small gap between them.
That's right. Yeah. Occasionally you get the zone hold. Might be one move into the boulder, so it's going to be really hard pulling to the boulder, which can be demoralising.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, as you say, it's at the end here, so just one move between the zone and the finish.
Looks like it will be a really hard final position to hold. Because you've not really got much for your left foot.
That's right. There's no foot out to the left.
You've only the left hand. It's a left-handed hold, and it's angled, and it's dual text.
Yeah.
So.
As we mentioned earlier, the wall is very rough. So I think if you as you go to the last hold and you throw your foot out, if you get enough boot rubber on the wall, it's probably going to slow. It's certainly going to slow you down.
And then you just have to squeeze.
Yeah, just squeeze. Yeah.
So we're having our first look at M and F2 as well with Oliver and Ruth, both dynamic boulders. Definitely M2.
Certainly the men's, certainly the men's too. Yeah.
Crouch start position into a bit of a paddling coordination on the flat hold bars. Quite a classic movement, like comp movement.
Yeah, the paddle. You young climbers refer to this. Okay, that was a good attempt there. Yeah, the women's two is much more squeezy.
Yeah, you can see Ruth's hands are open.
Yeah.
She's not really holding anything, more just squeezing.
Yeah, her arms will be screaming there. Yeah, they're really round, those features. No positive part at all. Joe Honeyfield making good progress on Boulder 1 again. And he's off. Joe's another one recently recovered from knee surgery.
Oh wow.
So it's good to see him to make semi-finals. Fantastic effort. I think he had quite a long, any sort of surgery, there's downtime, isn't there? And even if you can train your upper body perhaps, you're not climbing, are you?
No, and there's also that confidence piece as well, when you've had something operated on or when you've injured something, I'm sure maybe that heel hooks or certain movements or even landing on the mats might prove a little bit daunting for Joe to begin with, but it's really amazing to see him back competing at such a high level. Ruth looked like she maybe unlocked something on F2 and the crowd was getting behind her, and she's excitedly got back on the boulder, so I think out of a slight lack of time left, but also maybe she's like, I've got it.
Yeah, hopefully. Come on, Ruth. Ruth, another regular climber at the climbing works in Sheffield, along with Joe Honeyfield.
Ruth's into the zone. She's got 15 seconds left. Let's see if she can get these last two moves done before time is out. Just not quite enough time. It's really hard to think when you're under that time pressure. You can hear the 10-second countdown and you want to stay cool, but you're just panicking a little bit. But great effort from Ruth. Good that she got the zone.
So out next we have Luca Martins and Maya Patel. Now, I've been told recently that Luca Martins has outrageous finger strength. Can you confirm this?
I mean, I've not climbed with him personally, but I have heard rumours that he is quite strong on a board.
Yes, this is what I'm hearing. So I actually saw him compete at the European Cup in Geneva, Italy.
Oh, amazing.
And he won the qualification round.
Wow. So a strong qualifier.
Yeah, strong qualifier. Yeah. And I remember at that competition thinking, wow, that kid has got strong fingers.
Wow.
Man after my own heart there.
Well, let's hope his thumbs are as strong as his fingers then. Yeah, unfortunately for him, I don't think there's many crimps on this wall, but I'm sure his biceps are as strong as his fingers.
His time will come.
His time will come.
Yeah. The crimp is coming back, Molly.
Yeah, I did hear that.
We just need to keep saying it. We keep saying it will happen.
You might see me back on the mats then. Good bit of brushing going on. Very important for these athletes to clean these holds. They are brand new, so I've already seen a lot of blood from all of our juniors, especially after a qualification round yesterday. So it's important to brush those holds. But yeah, bit of savage, rough wall, rough holds.
Yeah, brand new centre. Any new centre generally, there's seems to be a bit of a bedded in time, isn't there? And, yeah, I saw Spike forward during the interval, and yeah, he had several fingertips taped. But you know, I said to him, you're in the final.
Yeah, that's all that matters really.
Yeah, go for it. You're in the final.
Nothing to lose there. No more rounds to kind of conserve anything for. Catherine into the zone on F2.
Catherine, the sister of
Jack McDougall and Faye McDougall.
Yeah,
we've got
it's
a trio.
A strong family, isn't it?
It is a very strong
family.
Yeah, Jack, who qualified for the Olympic qualifier series last year. Faye, who's also on the British climbing team as well. So, and Catherine just falls short on that top on F2. I believe that hold is upside down. So it's not something you can just kind of go for. You've got to kind of stay locked in till the very end.
Yeah, go slow.
Yeah.
2 minutes left though, so
I think we're seeing more and more difficult finish positions. Like it's another way for the setters to challenge the athletes. I kind of remember when top holds used to be jugs and you just like launch to them, and it was a bit more like a victory kind of finish move. But if you look at all of the top holds that we can see, you know, you've got the pink one is upside down, it's a bit more of a press. The red we talked about, you've got to find the right body position. This black hold looks upside down. The blue is a bad sloper. This yellow has a really this yellow is another boulder with an incredibly difficult finish. The zone hold is the penultimate hold, and I think you're just palms for the top. So
and again, what we were saying earlier about the fitness, that's where the fitness element comes in. I mean, it's really heartbreaking when you drop the last hold, and you just got to, to keep yourself mentally together and think, okay, no, I can still do this, I can still get back up there. But it's just it's more time on the wall, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you get into the last hold and you're dropping it every time, that can get quite frustrating.
Definitely. Catherine's back up to the zone. Let's see if she tries something different.
I'd like to see a top here.
Getting all twisted up. Yeah, not much to grab on top of that black hole.
No, there isn't.
Maya inching her way across the slab, but just running out of time. But looked like she was making good progress. I feel like that is slab climbing. You know, you've only got 5 minutes on the clock, and people are getting progressively further and further along, and it's just a...
Yeah, and what's the balance between having number of attempts, resting? You're never quite sure with slabs. I think, with a steeper climb, you kind of think, okay, yeah, that attempt took it out of me. I need to rest a lot more. But on a slab, it's like, well, do I burn through attempts?
Yeah, I guess it's not as physically demanding.
Yeah.
So. Next out, we've got Anya and Fred. Fred, a member of the precision climbing team, also training out of City Block. I think we'll see quite a lot of them in this semi-final. Probably one of the biggest climbing squads in the country.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe sticking that coordination move on M2 pretty much straight away. He just nailed the timing of the foot landing and hitting the right hand, and that's all coordination is.
Come on, Joe.
So like we said, it's a difficult match, so let's see if he can find the right body positioning. Oh, really good flip with the right hand.
Excellent.
Really good climbing from Joe Honeyfield. He looks like he is not here to mess about.
Yeah. Yeah, you've really got to throw yourself at those type of boulders and not hesitate, haven't you? It's like we saw in the juniors earlier, the women's final slab. There were quite a few attempts on that where there were sort of tentative attempts on the last move, standing up on that poor foot. But you've really got to go for these moves with conviction.
We're having our first look at M3 as well, this yellow boulder in the bottom left-hand side of your screen where Oliver Goodwin is having his attempts. Now this one is another bit of a contorted start. You've got that high left hand and like 3 points kind of close together, and it's just a big old jump.
Yeah, it's a big move to start.
It's a really good hold for these athletes. But and then kind of another small space.
Yeah, two wide pinches to catch at the start, and then into a rounded, I think maybe a high heel, then a rounded undercut.
Yeah, that hold's probably pretty good when it's facing the right way up.
Yeah.
But as an undercut, it's a powerful hold.
And again, what looks like a desperate match to finish on.
Yeah, really
on
hard
three.
finish.
There are two small screw-ons.
I think one of them is just there to mess around with the
really?
athletes.
Oh, cruel, a red herring.
A red herring, a route setter favourite. But yeah, talking to the route setters, it seems like palms was the way forward with this finish. But yeah, really tricky. Now we can see F3 as well. That was missing for a little bit on your screen, but you can see it now. It's the orange boulder, bottom left-hand side. This one is a run-on start, and it's really hard to get established into this start position because you've got to kind of sink low enough so that you can hold the poor sloper that's the start holds for your hands. But then you've also got to be high enough so that you can run into the flip feet. But Ruth gave us a really good demonstration there. Yeah. Emma into the zone on F2, which is looking a little bit stretched. Let's see if she can sort it out. Nice, and taking a chalk bag, so she's giving it a little chalk up before attempting this top section. It's pretty smart.
Yeah, I mean, part of me wonders, how her skin is from yesterday's climbing. We keep talking about how rough the whole. Oh no!
Oh, heartbreaking.
Oh, triple.
Yeah, definitely not over, even if you've got your hand on the final hold. But she's back on. Yeah, it's just not enough time, and she'll be frustrated with that.
Just looking at Oliver Goodwin on men's 3 has been taping and untaping for.
Maybe he's also bleeding.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah, it seems to be He's taping his wrist, maybe perhaps giving up on the boulder already.
Yeah.
Seemed a long time away from the boulder then. Not sure what was going on there.
So the rules say that there's no blood allowed on the mats or on the wall. So, if something is bleeding, whether that's a fingertip or a knee, you do have to sort it out, and you won't be allowed to start climbing again until it is covered and, you're not going to bleed everywhere. So maybe Oliver was bleeding.
Yeah.
It's definitely a skill to practice, taping quickly. I've been there. If you've got a minute left on the clock and you need one more go, but you've got to tape up, you better do it quickly. But let's hope that it was just maybe some blood and Oliver's okay and nothing injured. Next two athletes out on the wall, we've got Laura Munro and Sam Hammond. Luca Martin's almost sticking that coordination move first go. Catherine opting for a different method for this start, but it looks way higher percentage. Just you probably need a minimum arm span of I don't know, quite a lot.
Is Catherine quite tall? I know her brother is very tall, isn't he?
Yeah, she's got quite long limbs.
Yeah, okay.
And that was a really quick top from Luca Martin. I thought he would get on quite well with that boulder, so not too surprised there. Maya getting established up at the top of this black boulder, and I think she might do it.
Yeah, looking high on the boulder, yes.
Pretty steady for her.
Yeah.
I guess just went controlled and then was able to, and I guess strong enough thumbs and hands to just hold that top hold and stand up into it. Meanwhile, Laura looking really good on the slab. She's into the zone.
Jacob Amos on men's 3.
Oh yeah, it's all happening now.
He's quite a tall climber, is Jacob. He's going to try and reach the finishing hole with it.
Oh, just short. I reckon the route setters will have tested that to make sure that, or if they haven't, they're just very lucky.
He's also a very competent route climber, is Jacob. So
he's got the endurance to hang around and figure it out.
Stay there for a while and work things out.
Yeah, there are definitely some moves or positions where you can have an idea of how to do them or where to put yourself from the floor, but you've just got to feel it out.
Yeah.
And it's really hard when it's at the very top of the boulder,
Yeah, there's only so much information you can gather from the ground, isn't there? You need to get involved on the boulder and use that intuition we talked about earlier.
There's a pretty big crowd here at Big Depot in Manchester for our semi-final round. Seats all underneath the other competition wall that we saw the juniors on earlier today, so it's really great to see so many people out coming to support our athletes today.
Yeah, again on men's 3, it's the zone hold, isn't it, just below the top hold?
Yeah, which I guess indicates how difficult that final move and match is.
Well, that's cruel, isn't it?
It is cruel, but they've got to separate them somehow.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, and Catherine manages to stick that first move or second move on F3, and she's into the zone. I think the first person to do so far. The top seemed okay, just quite squeezy. And another difficult match, a palmsy thumbs one. I think they had a theme for this round. Jacob just chilling in some knee bars, chalking up. Really making the most of being right at the top and having not much time left on the clock, I guess.
Yeah.
He's not going to have time for another go, so this is it, now or never. Oh, and Laura just quietly walking up the slab in the top left of the screen. A great first top for her.
Yeah, good start to the round. Then come to the route setters. Women's one is one of the harder boulders of the round, but you're never sure. Certain boulders just fit you well and they suit you. You might find that the so-called easy boulder doesn't work for you, just doesn't fit you. Next rotation. On F1 we have Connor Bridgens, and for the men with Dren Pun. We're seeing first climber on women's 4, Ruth on number 4, and Oliver on men's 4.
Now the route set said M and F4 are just pure tests of power.
Oh, yes.
Basic strength and power.
Yeah. Yeah, they look hard. Really hard.
Especially this men's 4. This one is not over until it's over. It is hard the entire way through.
Even the left starting hold for the men's, did you look at that?
It's not good.
Yeah, it's really poor.
Yeah, we've been lucky enough to have a close-up look at some of the holds on these boulders, and they are just... They're bad. They're as bad as they look on the screen.
Yeah, I mean it would be an average hold on a slab.
Yeah.
And it's on about a 45-degree wall there, so yeah, it's really poor. And then the volume on the right, where you see the zone tag, on the side that you can't see, there's a 2-finger pocket.
Oh, okay.
And I missed what Max said. I think there might be some sort of rotation. You go into the pocket and you have to spin around and something like that. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, I thought this boulder up, into the zone and then moving from that section, I thought looked really hard.
Definitely.
And potentially, if you're strong enough to get through that section, the top half of the boulder might be a bit easier. But yeah, we'll see.
But we've just seen 2 tops, one from Fred Williams on M2 and another one from Joe Honeyfield. He managed the top on the yellow boulder, M3. He opted for a really high heel on that undercut and kind of like brought his body all the way up, and I couldn't tell, like it was almost like, did he have his hand on the zone still, or just fingertips touching the top hold. So amazing round for Joe so far. That's 3 for 3, I think. Oh no, not quite on the first one. He got zone on the first, but he did number 2 and number 3. So yeah, a great round for him so far.
I've just seen Ember on women's 3.
She's getting up into
fell matching. Had one hand on, and as the other hand came up, fell. It's quite demoralising for you, isn't it, when that happens?
But she's got 2 minutes left on the clock, so hopefully she can, recompose herself and get back up there. She was a finalist last year at the British Bouldering Championships, so she's very young, but I guess she's got a little bit of pressure and expectation having had such a good competition last year, but she's climbing really well, and I'm sure we'll see her for many years to come.
So that'll be less than a year ago since the last British Championships?
Yeah, so I mean you've probably noticed this Championships is a lot earlier than it usually is. Usually it's held in the summer. I think we might be about to see a top contender if she can. Oh no, just not quite finding the right body position. And maybe rushing a little bit.
I think so. I think.
With those you've just got to take your time until when it's right, you'll feel it.
Yes.
And I think she's kind of just wanting the top so badly that she's not willing to wait.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, last year the British Bouldering Championships were held in Leeds at last Sundance. I think they were in the summer or September-ish time.
Yeah.
No, they were July, as always. Because it usually clashes with the World Cup. So yeah, it's not quite been a year yet. So quite a short title for Zoe Petermans and Sam Butterworth.
Yeah, Sam Butterworth. Yeah, that's it. There are 2 current champions, Zoe and Sam, who will be out later.
Yeah. Both did pretty well. Zoe qualified in 3rd.
And 7th.
7th for Sam.
For Sam.
But definitely the most stacked competition field we've seen at BBC, so it won't be easy for them to retain their titles.
That's right, yeah, definitely. Everybody's here today.
Emma is getting a little bit creative with that top finishing position there. She's going for another go. I don't think she's got time. Frustrating for her, really frustrating. There's nothing worse than having your hand on the last hold of a boulder and not quite sealing the deal. But
it's good for the crowd.
It's great for the crowd.
The crowd like that, but and that's it. That's the problem with these competitions. The margins are so small, aren't they? They really are so small. You may end up touching the last hole on 3 boulders, and get nothing.
Yeah, that's
nothing
true.
for it.
I guess with the field being so stacked and the level just being so high now, the route setters have really got to make every single bit of a boulder challenging, from a run on start, establishing a start position, all the way to the match of the final hold. Like there's no give.
All 4 boulders in action now.
Next 2 climbers on the wall, we've got Libby Gent.
And Tom Jenkinson.
Luca already up to the top of this 3rd boulder. Let's see what he goes for. He is quite tall, so I wonder how well he'll fit in that space.
Okay.
Pretty well.
Nice.
Looks like once you get that right palm in, he turned around to kind of look at the crowd, so it's a really comfy position once you find it, and it just looks really powerful to actually get your body close enough and high enough into the wall to get there.
He put his left heel up high, didn't he? And so that brought his body high when we saw Jacob Amos in the knee bars, and his body was just way too low, wasn't it? I mean, we're calling it an undercut. I mean, it's not a hold, is it?
No.
it's just a flat surface. Well, a rounded surface.
Another top from Sam Hammond there. It seems that M2 is probably one of the easier boulders, or like the most climbable in a short space of time boulders. The blue boulder.
Okay, yeah.
I think that with there being more and more coordination boulders set in commercial gyms and in competitions, they look great online. Everyone wants to climb them. Everyone's getting so much better at climbing them.
Well,
and so I think that all these athletes they've got these moves down. They've got them on lock. They're in their move bank, and they're just able to execute them.
It'll be interesting to see if we see a coordination move like that in the final, because we're so used to seeing that type of move. Maybe they are just going to put it in the semi-final, and that's it. We're not going to see another one. Maybe, I might be wrong. They might just put another one in, but I do feel that move, well, for me personally, is becoming a little tired. And the climbers are getting so familiar with that. It's like, well, the route setters, they're crafty, aren't they? So potentially they have just put it in this round, and there isn't going to be one in the final.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I think coordination moves are a great way to split athletes. It might take someone one attempt, 2 attempts, 3 attempts, but now that everyone's getting so good at them, the gaps between the attempt numbers are really decreasing, and people are coming out and flashing this boulder, which is like really impressive, and a couple of years ago would not have happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Maya just had an excellent go on F3. She was really right up there in the finish hold, and I think she was kind of undercutting it with her left hand, and I think that's a good way to go about it. There is a lip on that hold.
Okay.
And
the
I'm
blue,
confident she can figure it out.
The blue tape across the hold designates that the climber can't put their hands above that.
Out of bounds.
That's out of bounds. So we said earlier that they're using blue tape today, as the wall already has a black streak design. Blue tape is out of bounds.
Just under a minute to go for our climbers. Maya just in execution mode on this orange boulder now.
Not sure if you can hear it through the microphone. We have Sam Whitaker on the decks, smashing the tunes out. DJ Gallop, is that his name, DJ Gallop?
I have no idea. We've also got George Lonsdale, who is doing some chit-chat on the mic in the building, getting everyone excited, keeping everyone up to date with what's going on, and helping the athletes get to the top of the walk. Maya just out of time there. I think she fell off with her hands on the last hole 3 times. It doesn't get more heartbreaking than that, really.
Feels like the room setters are trying to torture these climbers mentally, aren't they? Not just physically, but mentally.
It is definitely a mental competition as well as a physical competition. Like we said, everyone was part of the qualification round yesterday. Semi-finals, there's finals still to come. How much do you give? How much do you save for the final round? It is just...
I think you've got to give it everything.
With this field, yes.
Yeah, I think you really have. You can't hold back. I think in the moment you can't be saying to... I don't think it's possible to say, okay, I'm giving 70% or I'm giving 80% here. I think you're just trying to do whatever you can do to get up the boulder. Joe Honeyfield on his last boulder of the semi-final.
Yeah, good round for Joe so far. Let's see what we can do on this powerful boulder.
So far, everybody's been struggling. It's a brutal boulder.
Yeah, I reckon this boulder was set for the top few athletes.
Yeah, I agree.
To try and separate Toby and Hamish and Max and Diane. Oh, and Anya's up there with a top on F3.
And Fred Williams. Yes.
Nice. A slightly different position to Luca, but Anya opted for the kind of like waitress style palm, you know?
Okay. Like holding a tray of drinks and sort of a head
up
high
on your shoulder. Yeah, getting nice and high, kind of locking it in. It's kind of almost a passive position because you're just like locked in a bit. Connie powerfully launching it into those terrible slopers.
Yeah, it's difficult to see from this angle. They kind of change shape, they're not uniform, those two, the larger holes. And so I'd imagine from the ground you probably don't know exactly where to hold them. They're definitely going to be about feel and just getting on the boulder and having attempts and moving your hands around the holes. And I guess if all the climbers are doing that, each attempt, well, one thing you're losing is skin, or it's going to be quite coarse on your skin, and also just it's building up dirt on the holes, isn't it? You know, we brush the holes and things, but it definitely has an impact compared to the first competitor. Connie pulling back onto F2. First of the Bridgen sisters.
Such a powerful way of doing that move. I think the other athletes we've seen on this boulder have got their left foot up onto the start hold and kind of got into the groove a little bit and done it statically, whereas Connie is just going full power mode, launching herself at those two holds, which works but is less consistent a method. But I guess it's difficult when, you know, when something works, why would you change it when you've only got 5 minutes to figure out a solution to the problem?
Yeah, you might not do it 100% the most efficient method first go, but if it works, that's then in your head, isn't it? You're like, okay, I've done that move, I can do it.
And she goes straight to the top hold from the zone. I did wonder if anyone would do this. Great effort from Connie. Maybe climbing the boulder a little bit harder than, climbing it in a way that was harder than it was set, but it worked for her, and sometimes that is the easiest way for a person. And we're getting our first look at the scores. I guess we're just missing Connie's top, so that will put her up into third place.
Oh, we're just sticking the paddle dyno on men's 2. And I think he's just slightly rushed.
I'm not sure the scores are correct for the men, but I don't think we've seen a top yet on number 4. So
yeah, I think you're right there, Molly. Okay, preliminary score.
Yeah. Out next we've got Flo Brailsford and Finn Jackson. Both Sheffield locals, I believe.
I'll take your word for that.
I'm pretty sure Flo works at the depot in Sheffield. She's involved in their setting team sometimes, so you might see her in some demo videos. She's really good at competition style, movement, bit of coordination and slab, so hopefully she likes this boulder.
Quite a number of competitors do a bit of route setting on the side, don't they? And I think it's really good for you. Learning moves, seeing moves, getting in the mindset of a route setting, understanding what they're asking of you on a climb.
Yeah, definitely. I think it really expands your movement knowledge, your hold knowledge.
Yeah.
It's also really useful to know what the holds are like. Like, for example, these black holds on F2. I've never seen them before. I wouldn't know exactly where to go to them, and if you've got to go and you've got to make a decision in a split second, being familiar with the holds means everything at that point. But then I guess you've got the con of setting being incredibly physically intense.
But that's a good point about the hold types. I think that's why it's so important as a competitor. You have to go to different walls. You have to experience a lot of styles of climbing. You can't just go to one wall and expect to turn it into a competition doing well. You need to go to different walls all the time, building up your repertoire moves and knowing the holds. That's a huge part of it.
Yeah, when anyone ever asks me, like, what should I do to get better for competitions, or how should I approach it, I say go and climb at different walls.
Yeah.
The more diverse styles, holds, wall angles, the more you can add to your bank of movement, knowledge, skills, holds, the better. The more prepared you can be. And that's basically all competition is about, being as prepared as possible. Another top on M3 from Sam Hammond. He did that quietly in the background whilst we were chatting. Luca Martins looking quite good on M4.
Yeah, so he stood on like a pocket on the other side of the volume. Just a 2-finger pocket.
Bit of a wrestle to get your hands over to the same side as your feet, and also very accurate. You're going to a 2-finger pocket, you're not going to a ledge.
Yeah, super physical boulder, that one.
Flo competed at the University World Championships last year in Copa in September, so it's really cool to have athletes competing across so many different events, types of events, Olympics, World Champs, but also University World Championships. great to see how many different competition opportunities there are, you know, in the UK and around the world.
Yeah, tricky to, you have to decide which ones you're going to prioritise as well. I mean, this is a big one for a lot of people, isn't it? Because this is deciding who makes the GB team.
Yeah, of course, there's, you know, the title, national title on the line, but also potential selection to the team and World Cups and international events, all, you know, based off of this weekend. So it is a really big weekend, and I know, well, everyone's been training the last few months for this event.
Yeah, pressure. Yeah, the nation can have different formats, I think, to how they do the selection.
Yeah, this is a new way of doing selection for the British climbing team. Like we were saying earlier, this national championships is a lot earlier in the year than normal. Usually it's a summer event, but we are here in Manchester today instead. But it means that, you know, our national championships can be used as selection. It means that all of the best athletes are here, and, you know, the title really means something today.
Yeah. The second of the Bridging sisters, Izzy, to number 1.
And Jamie Jenkins out for the men. Two climbers that compete on the international youth circuit. They were both at Youth World Championships last year. Joe Honeyfield still leading the men's round with 2 quick tops. I think he's tied with Luca Martins, both of them with 2 tops, 3 attempts, 3 zones. Fred just behind, 1 attempt to zone slower. But Connie straight into that little dyno at the start of F3, into the zone. And I think we might see a quick top if she can stay patient and figure out this final position. Come on, Connie.
This needs to take her time here.
I think got a little bit impatient there, but also it just looks really hard.
Yeah, maybe needed to straighten out her left leg a little bit. Still seemed like not quite stood up on her legs quite enough, straight enough.
When I see a hold that's upside down, I know that basically my legs have to do all of the work.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to have straight legs, you've got to be pushing through your feet, because the point is there's not much to hold on to.
Yeah.
So I'd say to Connie, next time, think about your feet, let's straighten those legs and really push through the footholds that you've been given.
Yeah, get high. You need to get your body high, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's see how Rajendra on problem 3, men's 3, get into the zone, and just before the
getting sucked into the knee bar method, but let's see if you can figure it out.
The best method I've seen so far is the heel hook over the top.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that depends on your height.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward angle as well, so it might be a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, he's got really stretched out now.
That would be a monumental press to hold that position.
Connie's back up to the top of F3. Let's see if she can figure it out. Oh, and she just about sticks it.
Okay.
Good work from Connie. I think she just squeezed really hard.
She seems like a powerful climber, this Connie.
Yeah.
I mean, where she attacked number 2. And yeah.
I think she quite likes a power boulder.
She should be happy going into boulder 4 then. That'll be a...
Yes.
Yeah. Keep my eye on boulder 4.
We've not really seen much of boulder 4, especially for the women. Izzy Bridgens is slowly making her way across F1, and I think you do just have to be really slow with this boulder. Sometimes slabs can, like one go on a slab can take up almost your whole rotation. Oh, and Rajendra does get the top on M3 with the high heel.
Okay.
We're about halfway through our semi-final round here, or just entering the start of the second half, and still lots of amazing athletes to come.
Yeah, the big names are in the latter half, aren't they?
Yeah, we've got Holly Toothill, who won the women's qualification. She's back after a bit of time out of the competition circuit. Followed by Erin McNeese. I think it was only one attempt to zone between them, so very tight. It will be a great fight between the two of them. Holly has won the British Bouldering Championships before. I think we've got 3 winners, 3 different British champions in the women's field. So
yeah, Zoe, Erin and Holly.
Yeah, our top 3 have all held the title.
And am I right in saying this is Lucy Garlick's first year in the
It
seniors?
is. It's her first time entering the senior event. She is also the European Youth Bouldering Champion.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot of champions in this field.
Yeah, I've been told that Lucy's a real climber to watch.
Yeah, she's been
Very strong,
up and
yeah.
coming for a while now.
Yeah.
But I'd say she's here.
Right, okay.
But she made finals at the Quiff last year, I think.
That's right, yes.
She's, like we said, European Youth Champion, and she's been competing on the youth circuit for quite a few years now. So it's great that she's finally in the senior events and able to really go for the proper title. And we've started a new rotation. We've got Thea Cameron from Boulder UK on F1 and Ian Davis on M1. Sorry. Thea's been a member of the British climbing team for a few years now. She's competed internationally in both boulder and lead events, so she is an all-rounder. Which we're seeing more and more nowadays. I feel like we're kind of done with the days of single discipline athletes, largely. I say as I'm about to become a single discipline athlete again. But on the whole, thanks to the kind of Olympic combined format, more and more athletes are just kind of doing both and doing really well in both.
Yeah, that's probably had the impact. They haven't decided, have they, for LA 28?
No, I don't think we find out until the end of this year what the format will be for the next Olympic cycle. So it's a bit of a weird one. I guess people continuing as they did for Paris. But there are some athletes internationally who are like, oh great, finally I can just go back to the discipline that I prefer. Me included. But I think the younger generation just love doing both. They've grown up on the combined format, and we're really seeing them shine in both disciplines.
I think they do complement each other, really.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
know, I think that problems do rise if you just boulder or you just lead. It's good to do the other disciplines.
For sure.
Make you a more rounded climber.
Another top on M3 for Tom Jenkinson. Probably our most topped boulder. That tight between that one and M2.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems if they find the heel hook on men's 3, then that top is going to come to them.
Yeah, it seems like no one's struggling too much with the start. It's more just in the end of the boulder.
still a little headway on women's 4 and men's 4. Really tough boulders.
Yeah, I think our power climbers are yet to come, so hopefully, I know that Lucy loves a power boulder, Isabella Edgington as well, and Erin, of course, so hopefully they'll be able to give us a demonstration on F4. Trying out some different methods to do this first move of F2. I reckon once she sees kind of the static just foot up on the start hold, she'll kick herself a little bit. But that's how it goes, you know. That's why this is so challenging. It's on site. It's obvious maybe once you're told, but these boulders are super cryptic.
Yeah, and it's easy to forget that when we're watching, isn't it? That actually, no, they're not seeing each other climb. You know, you think,
we may have seen
why
everyone.
Put your foot there. Put your foot there. So, oh yeah, no, they've not seen anybody on it, have they? Okay.
Livy's got 22 seconds on the clock. Can she get the top of this orange? No, just look powered out.
Julia Lee on women's 1. Right, is that another precision?
Yeah, another precision athlete.
And Reese on men's 1.
Edie already up into the zone on F3.
Okay, we're maybe seeing a bit more of women's 4 with Connie Bridgens. Every move looks...
Yeah, not quite the zone. Very smooth climbing from Jamie Jenkins. Izzy eyeing up the last hold on F2. We'll see if she goes for the same method as her sister or the one that uses more holds.
Yeah, I see the sisters down the climbing works and climbing together, and I must admit they do have very different styles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Connie's probably more the power climber, and Izzy the more
technical slab.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah.
Reese Conlon on M1 just struggling to kind of drop that foot onto the tiny screw-on the volume. Like, you've not got much for your hands, you're on thumbs, and as a shorter athlete as well, it's a little bit further to drop down, but when I was talking to Zoe, she said it was quite hard to tip onto that foothold. It's very accurate, it's very trusting, and it's not very good foothold either. Surprise, surprise.
Am I right in saying on women's 2 on the the zone hold. I think there is a scrum, isn't there? But it's blocked. Is that my right in saying that?
I don't remember if it's blocked, but really nice technical climbing from Izzy. Kind of just demonstrate what we were talking about. Okay. She made it look pretty steady, I'd say. I guess you can climb your way through.
And she did exactly what you said somebody didn't do on number 3. She got her body much higher there, stood up on her legs, got right into that undercut.
Yeah.
And the top came.
Good work from Izzy.
Well, Zavi getting his head involved on number 3. It's full contact sport.
Edie's back up at the top of our maybe most dropped finish hold of the round. I think we've seen the most climbers up here and not quite managed to secure that top. Maybe it feels a bit better knowing that everyone else was in the same boat as well. It looks like Connie's just powered out. It's been a lot of climbing. Yesterday was a long day. You know, having the steepest, hardest boulder as your final boulder of the semi-final is pretty savage. So it looks like she's just maybe feeling all of the effects of a lot of hard climbing.
Yeah, she's grabbing onto those 2 holes there. Her shoulders are just dropping down, aren't they? When her early attempts to make it through the first couple of moves, but now let's see.
And just,
straight down.
With the time on the clock going down, just having less time to rest basically between attempts. Oh, Finn's still going. Now we have our male British champion out on the mat, Sam Butterworth, and Lucy Garlick are one to watch.
And Sam's playing tunes from the real thing.
I thought I recognised this one.
He can't escape 1996, can Sam, I don't think. Must be said on the men's 3, that top hold, it's quite beautiful, isn't it?
It's very pretty.
I'd eat my dinner off that. It's a work of art.
Yeah, this is where I guess no text looks quite nice, and I quite like it when I don't have to hold
Shining
it.
under the light, it looks lovely.
Yeah, amazing set of holds here. Brand new, most of them. Brand new wall, brand new holds. A very pretty British Bouldering Championships, I would say. I think Lucy's still on her first attempt, which kind of proves that what I was saying about you can pretty much spend most of your time on one attempt. She's taking it really slowly, but it seems to be paying off.
Lucy climbs primarily in London, am I right?
I think she's a white spider athlete, so yeah. But is often up to Sheffield to train with the GB climbing team. And Sam Butterworth, a member of Precision Climbing Team, so another City Block athlete.
City Block wall, that's producing some athletes.
It certainly is.
Ian Davis on 2, stuck in the, oh no! person there.
We've got some scores on the screen now. Joe Honeyfield still in the top spot with Luca Martins and Sam Hammond, so we have a bit of a tie going on. Nothing on the board for M4. It is desperate. I think we're going to have to be patient with that one.
And M1. Yeah, 1 and 4 as the route setters.
Yeah, as the route setters told us. In the women's side of things, Connie is leading the way with 2 tops, and again, nothing for problem 4. I thought we saw Laura top the first boulder, so I think that's just an issue with the graphics on the screen, but that I think we'll see later. But not many tops in the women's side of things. Oh, and very nicely done by Ian Davis on that coordination paddle.
Finished by Ian there. Lucy's still on her. Surely
no,
not.
I think she did fall off. Seems like if you are able to stick the paddle on M2, you go to the top.
Yeah, although Ian's attempt before, he stuck the paddle and dropped the next move, so I was a little bit nervous as he went on, but no problem that game. No disrespect to the previous male athletes, but I feel with the arrival of Sam on the mat, this kind of signals the start of perhaps the strongest.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really argue with the people coming up on or question the strength of the athletes coming up. You know, we've got Diane. Lucy with the buzzer beater. Wow, amazing. Spent most of her time kind of struggling to get across to that zone, and then with a few seconds left on the clock, just fires up the end of the boulder.
I think
sometimes it's good.
Yeah, sometimes it can help. You hear that buzzing, like, okay, I've just got to go fast, and then you don't think as much. You just, okay, I've got to go.
Yeah, you trust your feet.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice.
Yes. Yeah.
Clearly worked out for Lucy. So amazing start for her. She's great at slab climbing, but she's a real power athlete, so I feel like, you know, as a power athlete, getting that slab done when you come into the round is such a good confidence boost.
Yeah, that's what slabs, they can, sometimes you're given a little bit too much time to think on a slab, because you can stand in one position for a while and consider things where, you know, on a vertical, or overhang, you don't have that time, you just have to keep climbing. When you might it's easy to overthink a slab climb, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess it's less obvious how to climb it. You know, these volumes are huge. Where do you stand?
Yeah.
You know that it's generally better to stand further away from the wall when you're on a volume, but you know, there's so much of that volume that you could possibly stand on. So it takes a bit of figuring it out, and you know, you could stand on a different place every single attempt. Really quick top for Reese on M2. Made it look so easy and floaty.
Probably a top on men's 3 as well. Yeah, Jamie Jenkins.
Yeah, I think we'll start to see tops coming in a lot quicker. Diane, 3rd place at the European Championships last August in Villar. Just slipping on M1.
Yeah, he has a European medal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
it was great. I was out there competing in the lead, but it was amazing to see Max and Diane on the podium. 2 out of 3, and it was Max's title the whole way until the very end, and unfortunately he didn't quite win it, but 2nd was still incredible. I mean, vice European champion, and then to have Diane on the podium as well, it was like complete British domination. It was amazing.
Yeah, I've not seen Diane climb that much, to be honest, but
he's really strong. He trains quite a lot with the precision team, and you can see like how much better he's got from training around other around Max and
Okay,
Hamish, and
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I think it really does make a difference.
Oh,
The
it
people
does.
that you train with,
100%.
and that's why these climbing squads are so great, is that they provide such a great environment for people to healthy competition, to
Yes.
thrive,
Oh, yeah.
to push each other.
Yeah.
And it's been great seeing like Diane get better, seeing the boys motivate each other. It's like, it's really cool to watch and be there for each other.
Yeah,
you know?
building that environment. Yeah, you semi-compete against each other, but you're supporting each other, you're pushing each other. Yeah, when you build that environment, I think it's such a good place to be.
Yeah. And these environments take a long time to build as well. Like, they are built over years and years. There's a lot of trust, a lot of respect. And that's why I guess City Block and the Precision team in particular, I can talk about them because I'm part of it, so I've seen it. But that's why they're so special, I guess, and that's why they produce such amazing climbers. It's great to go out to a comp and be supported by your training mates.
Yeah.
Kind of just takes a bit of comfort out to an unknown, stressful environment, having the people that you spend every day with there with you.
Absolutely. Yeah, you need that. It's not, although you're climbing on your own and it's an individual sport, in essence, you do need that support team behind you.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't just do it on your own.
The boys care just as much about each other's climbing as they do their own, and they'll stay to watch and cheer. And it was really sweet watching Diane and Max support each other at European Championships, and they wanted to be on the podium together.
Brilliant.
They
That's
wanted
fantastic.
the 1-2. They didn't care who was 1 and who was 2. They just wanted to do it together, and I think that's just really, really nice. So come on, Diane, let's see a top on M1. He's getting established, like, he's got double thumbs in the zone. I feel like we've not seen much of that.
Yeah, this is looking like a good attempt.
Come on, Diane. Yes.
There we go.
Amazing.
There we go.
Oh, that's a great top for
Star
Diane.
position to finish.
Yeah, so what he did there was he kept his hips really far right and was like only just on that left hold, which allowed him to kind of stay upright, balanced, have his centre of mass just like directly in the middle, and then he didn't have to change anything. He could just lean over and match.
Just balanced on the left foot, didn't he?
On that tiny little thing.
His hip was straight above his foot, in balance.
That's really good, intuitive, like knowing your body, knowing climbing. Really good climbing.
He's fairly tall, Diane?
I'd say average to tall. He's not short.
Maybe quite a...
I think there's probably a limit to who can do that. I'm not sure that will work for Max.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
I think Max won't have that spread.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see how Max attempts it, but Max is more of a dynamic climber, so I wonder whether he'd just throw himself at it anyways. Oh, and we have a sibling pair on the wall. We've got the other two McDougalls. We've got Jack and Faye, also Precision members. They're training partners. Jack is my training partner, so I spend a lot of time with Jack. And Jack is straight up there into the zone. Oh, moved a little bit too quick maybe. But Jack's come on loads. He's been right through it from, I remember when he was a tiny youth athlete. He's now in the seniors. He's been through Olympic qualification. He won a European Senior Cup in Boulder. So he's been competing for a long time. And it's been great to see his climbing journey.
Maybe the tallest competitor?
Oh, it'd be tough between him and Luca.
Okay, Luca, okay.
But yes. Oh, and very quick tops from Sam and Lucy, kind of as expected on these boulders.
Yeah, the tops are coming much faster now, aren't they?
Yeah. Great execution work from them.
So just men's 4 remaining. And women's 4.
Yeah.
The only boulders without a top so far.
Jack is an excellent slab climber. He's got a lot stronger in the last year, but I would say his strengths are slab, delicate, technical climbing. So I'm really hoping that he'll like this boulder and just stays cool. He can get a little bit flustered sometimes. He did win the British League Climbing Championships last year. I think he also won a couple of years before that as well, so he is one of these younger combined athletes, very, very talented across both disciplines. So I can't remember if he's won BBCs. I don't think so. So he'll be looking to add to his gold medal collection. And I don't think there's that many athletes who've won both. So it'd be really cool for him to come home with, he'd hold both titles at the same time. I think we've had Erin. Erin's definitely won both. I guess Shauna has probably won both.
I would imagine so.
Very much speculating here. But
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But in the men's, for sure, it's like really, we've not had, I don't know if we've ever had someone win both titles.
You'd have to go back. Well, I can think historically there would have been, I think, Gaz Parry.
Okay.
Maybe not in the same year.
In our current generation of climbers. But no, tell me the history.
For anybody under 30, is that what you mean?
No, tell me.
I think Gaz Parry has definitely been
amazing.
league champion and bowling champion. I don't think it was the same year, but he's definitely done both.
But what a feat, huh?
Yeah.
So if Jack could pull that off, that would be incredible.
It would, yeah.
And I guess, just Jack. I'm not competing here, so that was out the window.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I asked ChatGPT who were the favourites for the British Bouldering Championships.
I see. And what did ChatGPT say?
Well, he said you and Shauna were the favourites.
Oh,
that was interesting.
Considering I've currently got my foot up on the table in bandages, having had an operation on Tuesday, and Shauna has retired from competitions.
Yeah. But even more wild, for the men's, it said Sean McCall was a favourite.
Well, I mean, that one's even more unlikely. I can at least attempt, but
don't trust technology, children. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, everyone seems to be struggling at the top of the wall at the moment, apart from our final boulders. But maybe Ian's going to figure out this final position, and he does. Yeah. Nice work, Ian. Another look at the scores. Oh, we've got Jamie Jenkins in first place by an attempt to zone. So it is getting super tight in the men's.
Yeah.
Really tight. And Connie Bridgen's still in first place for the women.
So no top for Jack on the...
no top for Jack.
On the slab. That was surprising. Yeah. I have seen Jack climb a bit in competitions, and that has struck me that,
he usually shines on the slab.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah, so that's surprising.
But I wonder whether he is a bit nervous and feeling the pressure a little bit. All of these athletes really want to get into that final spot, into the final, because they want to get into the final, but also because it kind of dictates what their year looks like.
Yeah.
It's not just about today.
No, there's some pressure. And I think, particularly maybe for the existing athletes who are on the team, thinking, okay, actually, I need to show up today.
Someone just sent me on Instagram a post of Jack on the podium at BBC. So
there we go.
Jack has been both British Boulder and league champion. Thank you very much, Adam Snow.
Apologies, Jack.
Yeah, sorry, Jack. I should know that as your training partner.
You should know that.
Oh dear. When was it? It was. I think it wasn't that long ago.
A couple of years ago, maybe.
I'm gonna say 20. He's got long hair. 2023.
Right. Okay. So not that long.
Just the one before last. But that's it. There's just so many strong climbers in the UK, and we've not had that many repeat national champions, actually. So it's hard to keep track.
Yeah, I think it's probably now more than ever.
Yeah.
It felt like going back, there was you would have one climber in particular that might dominate for a few years.
Yeah.
Where now, it does feel like every year
the same goes for international, like World Cups as well. I remember when it used to be pretty much the same 5 in finals. It used to be the same 5 in finals, and then you'd have like 1 or 2 or 3 people that would come in every now and again in a World Cup.
Yeah.
But now you could have someone win a World Cup one weekend and not make semis the next.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I think we're seeing not quite to that extreme in the national champs like series, but you know, we've had in the men's you've got Max, Jack, Sam, there was Ty, there was, did Jim win? Nathan, Dave, you know, we've got so many national champions.
Yeah.
So it just shows how competitive this event is.
Yeah, probably our most top boulder. Is it men's 3?
Yeah, I would say so. Close between that one and M2.
Just lost the names on the screen, but I think on men's one we have Nathan Whaley from London, I believe.
Yeah, I think he that's Harrowell in London, and we've got Emma Edwards on our F1. Also European youth champion in Boulder. I think Emma and Lucy won at the same time last year. So really strong juniors coming through. Diane with a top on M2.
Yeah, I mean that just
super
looks
quick.
Yeah, it looks so casual, the manner in which he did it. I mean, the way he went through the paddle, it looks almost slowed down. He kind of.
He's too strong.
Yeah, it must be. He must have been squeezing them
I guess
really
that's
hard. But
you know, when people are really strong or good at climbing, it looks effortless.
Yeah, he just seemed to slow down as he moved across. It's like, oh, okay, I thought maybe he's not got enough momentum, but he just kept moving across. Oh, yeah, no problem.
Emma's a really good slab climber, and she's into this zone, so I'm really hoping that she can take it all the way to the top and start the round off really well. Izzy's eyeing up the final hold on this black boulder, but her feet look quite low. I wonder if she'll be able to hold that upside down hold. Oh, and she did. She's extended, but maybe the extension is helpful. I don't know. Come on, Izzy. Finish it off.
Yes,
super
well
strong.
done, well done. Oh, I thought she was off for a moment. That right hand came up. It just looked like her body moved too much, but yeah, managed to just stay on the wall there. Excellent.
Next out, we've got one of British climbing strongest couples, Max Milne and Zoe Petermans. Max has won BBCs at least once. I'm going to say twice. I'm hoping Adam Snow is going to send me a message to confirm. And Zoe Petermans is our champion from 2024.
Yeah.
I think Max doesn't really need much of an introduction, but I'll give him one anyways. World Cup medalist, Vice European champion, British champion, qualified for the Olympic qualifiers, and just all round nice, funny, bubbly, amazing human being. Oh, and Jack pretty much threw himself at that zone hold. Also excellent at coordination. I thought this boulder would be a bit of a path for him, and so far he's proving me right. Come on, Jack.
No problem at all.
Nice. Lucy is also at the top of F2. Let's see if she can find, or F3. See if she can find that position.
Yeah, I just felt like.
I don't think that counted.
No,
it wasn't quite in control for long enough.
Yeah, it looked like she didn't quite get her hips in the right position.
No. I think that was a top for Sam on M3. It is now just kind of keeping track of all the tops that are happening. Zoe Peterman's one of the few athletes to be British lead and boulder champion. Not in the same year, I don't think, but still really impressive. she'll be looking to gain a spot on the British team and head to internationals this year.
Which am I right in saying is a World Championships year?
It is a World Championships year, yeah. The World Championships will be in Seoul in September. Yeah, we had Euro Champs last year, World Champs this year.
Yeah. And that's September.
September, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Max,
jam-packed.
looking good.
Oh, nice. He did do it that way.
He did, yeah, okay. He's a bit taller than we thought, bless him.
He's a little bit taller than we thought, yeah. Max, king of the celebrations as always, giving the crowd what they want to see. Just a character.
He is, isn't he?
It's a jam-packed season for the British team this year and some new additions to the World Cup calendar. For the first time there'll be a Boulder World Cup in Brazil.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There's a Lead World Cup in Bali.
Okay.
And then there's some, you know, usuals on the calendar like Chamonix and Innsbruck. And a few usuals that have been taken out, like Briançon is no more.
Okay.
Yeah, so a big year for travel for these guys. Starting early. It'll be a long year, it always is. But don't think, oh, Lucy again. Just
Yeah, that wasn't quite in control, was it?
No, and it's hard because when you're on the wall and it's you climbing, it feels a lot longer. You feel like you're holding the position for a lot longer than it looks. The amount of times I've watched videos back and been like, I thought that was like 5 seconds, and it's like 2.
Oh, good.
So I'm sure she knows, but
yeah,
it is
you know
such
your heart,
a small.
don't you?
It's such a small
moving.
difference, isn't it? 1 second.
Yeah.
Zoe's into the zone on the slab. And Lucy's back on for what I think will be her last go on F3. Oh, maybe I think she's going to have another go. And this is where endurance comes in, huh?
Yeah.
You know, you fall off, you've got to get straight back on.
I feel like Go in particular, she really just rushed that move then, the match. I think she just needs to take a few seconds extra to find the position. You know, move yourself around, move your body around. No, I don't think it's going to happen now.
But we did see a top from Zoe on the slab. So a great start to our British Boulder champ. For our British Boulder champ. And now we have 2 Olympic finalists on the wall, Erin McNeese, Hamish MacArthur. You probably saw them on the telly this summer in Paris, where they both finished 5th. It was incredible.
It was.
It was emotional.
Oh my God.
Erin just had she was the underdog of the season. She came through and, you know, finished 3rd place at both the Olympic qualifiers, won her first World Cup medal and finished 5th at the Olympics. So she had just the most incredible year. You know, the breakthrough year that we all dream of, basically. And Hamish, been around for a little bit longer. He was Youth World Champion. He was 3rd place at the Senior World League Championships in Moscow a couple of years ago. So he's been around for a little longer at the top, but also just came out and had an incredible games in Paris, finished 5th, and yeah, it was just amazing. So I think these guys are carrying the momentum on. They both look like they're in incredible shape yet again.
And Hamish
it's been quite a quick turnaround, but
Hamish also having a great outdoor season as well. And he went to Squamish recently and absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, what didn't he do?
Yeah, they maybe like flashed 8B plus boulders and
Climbed 8C.
Climbed 8C.
8C plus?
8C, mate,
I think.
it
Enough
looked
hard boulders.
Yeah, it looked like a good trip, a very solid trip.
Yeah. Yeah, he loves being out in Squamish. Loves climbing outside. It's like really important to him. So it's good to see him back for another year of comps.
Yeah, it's interesting, some of the climbers that just choose not to climb outside. I don't know how you feel about this. As long as you're not doing too much, I don't really see how it can inhibit you. I think it's only really a good thing. It's more exposure to climbing. It's,
yeah.
I wouldn't say, it's not like, say, a tennis player playing table tennis.
Yeah.
You're still climbing. It's still,
yeah.
I think there is relevance. And also, the route setters climb outside, don't they? That's where they get some of their inspiration from.
That is true. I guess, I feel like I've been involved across kind of a bit of a change in competition style. And so, when I first started doing competitions 11 years ago, the style was very different to what it is now, and I think it was more representative of what you see outside.
Yeah.
Whereas now you look at the boulders we've got on the screen, it's very different.
Yeah.
But obviously the fundamentals of climbing are still the same.
Yes.
You have to trust your feet. You have to be technically able and whatnot. But I think that I've been there. You feel guilty when you're not in the gym. Basically, time on task. You, like we were saying earlier, you get better at these coordination moves through repetition and just practicing those skills for hours. And so I know that from speaking to some of the other athletes and being there myself, that sometimes you feel a bit guilty if you're outside on a nice day. Like, you don't get the same volume of climbing in necessarily as a training session. Oh, super quick for Erin.
Yeah.
I think wasn't particularly surprised. I looked at this boulder and I thought she would just walk up it. But yeah, great start.
I mean, is it the same for lead climbing, or I think my understanding is lead climbing still has more crossover to outdoor climbing.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you see some of these bouldering moves sneak into lead routes. Like, we've got laches on the lead wall, or dynos. I think they get a little bit of kickback from people watching, but they are definitely more traditional in style than your World Cup boulders.
Yeah.
So I think you can kind of combine rock and comp a lot easier.
I guess on a lead route, it's probably a dangerous game for the route setters to play. If they just slightly overcook some kind of dyno or lache and everybody falls there, that's really not going to go down well,
for
is
sure.
it?
It's like, when you're on the boulder wall and you've got many attempts, it's a great split.
Yes.
But it's so hard to nail these moves first try, especially when you've got a rope and quick draws. And there's so much more to it. So that's why we don't really see it that much on the lead wall. But yeah, it's nice to see that Hamish is still climbing outside a lot. I think it's the younger generation that don't climb outside quite as much.
Yeah, I would agree
on the
with
whole,
that.
not to generalise, but just because they've grown up on this style.
Yes.
And it's just more serious. Not to take away from any of the
No,
previous
I'd agree.
competitors,
I'd
but
agree.
we're in the Olympics now. People have contracts, and it's an actual profession for more people.
Yes.
And it's like, I think the rock climbing and comp climbing are kind of drifting apart a little bit more, and you've got sponsored rock climbers and you've got sponsored comp climbers. And like you said, sometimes they just never go outside. And so I can see why maybe the youth are growing up and throwing all of their eggs into the comp basket. But it is interesting, and it's really cool to see comp climbers then go outside.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Yeah,
and see how well it does translate. Hamish flashing 8B plus.
I think gone are the days of people saying, well, what have they done outside? It's like, well, actually, when they do go outside, they flash 8B plus.
Oh, exactly. Okay, we're on to our last climbers now. Holly Toothill, leader of the women's field, and Toby Roberts, Olympic champion, leader of the men's.
King Midas himself.
How did ChatGPT not suggest Toby as the winner? Based off of all the information on the internet. Holly's taken a little bit of a break from competitions recently, but it's so good to see her back. and clearly in excellent shape. She's a Boulder World Cup semi-finalist, national champ, very competent climber. There's climbed a bit outside as well. And then we've got Toby Roberts, Olympic champion, World Cup winner in both boulder and lead. That is also something that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, I saw some footage of Holly climbing a really famous 8A in Elephant in Fontainebleau, Partenaire Particular.
Oh, amazing.
I think it's quite high, really crimpy. Maybe a Jackie got off Boulder.
Right.
It was like, wow. It was great to see that. I thought, oh, brilliant.
Yeah, she's a really good technical climber. She's really good all round, I'd say, Holly. Exceptionally good at subtle movement, technical climbing, slab, but then she can also bust out the power block as well. So yeah, she'll be great to watch in this round, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what she does on the wall.
But Sam Butterworth and Lucy Garlick on their final boulders.
Let's see if Lucy likes this power boulder. Max straight to the top of M2. I thought he'd like this boulder, and he's just in execution mode.
Lucy looking good on boulder 4.
Yeah,
maybe a high point. Come on, Lucy. Yes.
We said she likes a power boulder. She's just demonstrated how much so. Well done, Lucy. Amazing round for her. 3 tops, I think.
Yeah, I think that puts Lucy into first place. She's tied with Connie Bridgens. But that's definitely secured first place at the moment.
Faye's moving well on F3. Let's see if she can figure out this top position as well.
Funny, to an outsider, you may perhaps think, oh, okay, surely that Toby's quids in for the win. But
it's definitely not that simple.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I think in bouldering more than anything as well.
Yeah.
Maybe you'd be more of a favourite in the lead competition.
Yeah, for sure.
But in a bouldering competition,
anything can happen.
Yeah, it really can.
There's so many variables, the style, the set.
Yeah.
Who's here?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Toby's definitely got tough competition today.
Yeah, he has. Which is great.
Yeah, and that's how it should be.
Yeah.
And that's how he'll want it to be as well.
Yeah. Whoa.
So tops from Zoe on F2 and Faye on F3, both managed that squeezy final position. And Sam is absolutely cranking through M4.
Another kind of pocket to go.
Route setter Zoe said that these were angled purposefully so that they were terrible. And they're also dual textured. You might be able to see a bit of a shine in the screen, so that you've not really got a thumb.
That's right, yes. Yeah.
And you've not really got any feet. So you've not got much. So it definitely doesn't let up this boulder after the zone. You've got to do an awkward, hidden round the corner heel on that pocket, which is on the zone, to do this last move. But
and the pocket is a dual text. It's it has texture where your fingers go in the pocket, but on the outside it's very smooth. So not an easy heel hook either.
Definitely not. But great work from Sam getting the zone. Holly's just struggling to get round this stack of volumes. But she's got 1.5 minutes on the clock, which is plenty of time.
Toby eyeing up the last move. Good. And there we go.
Nice work from Toby there.
Quite a number of attempts there, burnt by Toby, but
yeah, I think he quite often, just has loads of goes, but he does get there in the end, and will pretty much always finish the boulder at the top.
Yeah, I mean, how old is Toby now? Is he 19? 20.
Yeah, still very young.
Yeah. So, I mean, what experience he already has. It's still only 20.
I know. I mean, his career so far.
I mean, where do you go?
Well,
and it's interesting for motivation-wise, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it almost looks like success has come a little bit too quick. You could say, oh well, what's going to drive it now?
Next, yeah. But the good thing about Toby is that he's very motivated, and he just loves climbing. If you speak to him, that's what he says. I just love climbing. So.
Yeah, he did a podcast with Aidan and Sam, the
Careless Talk podcast. Yeah.
And he gave a bit of insight into that actually about his mindset and his motivation, and sounds as psyched as ever, to be honest.
I also think that he just loves training as well, which is helpful.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, even if there weren't comps to train for, I think he'd still be loving training. So.
And if you look at other sports, there are so many athletes that they've won everything, but they're still driven.
Yeah.
Springs to mind for me is like Djokovic. I mean, he's in his 36, 37 now, and still so driven.
Erin opting for the dynamic method for the start of F2, showing her experience, kind of testing a few methods, but not stepping off or falling off. Nice. Easy work for Erin. She's a really good fighter.
It just looked smooth out, didn't it? Yeah, she didn't look hurried or flustered.
No. She stays very cool on the wall.
Yeah. I think that's perhaps where some boulderers would benefit from doing some lead climbing.
Yes.
Because if you're super fit, you can keep going. You've got more time on the wall. You've got more time to think and okay, this doesn't feel right, I'm going to change it a little bit.
I think you're also used to the thought process of like still thinking whilst you're struggling.
Yes.
You know, when you're pumped on a lead route, you can't just shut down and panic. You have to stay calm and composed and think about. You have to think. And so, Erin being a very, very good lead climber, she's got that skill set of. Maybe not getting into trouble, but being like, okay, hang on, let's take a second here and think about what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Emma Edwards back up to the top of F3. She struggled with the match on her previous go. Let's see if she can make it work. Nice. Just getting really, sinking into the shoulders. Not much happening on the wall at the moment, and that's because we're seeing a lot of pots. Hamish has gone, Erin has gone, Nathan has gone. We are left with Izzy Edgington and Diane on the final boulders, the two hardest boulders of the round. See the scores on the screen now. Diane is leading the way. He's in first place, even though he's not finished his round, which is very nice for Diane.
Yeah.
Followed by Jamie Jenkins, Sam Butterworth, Joe Honeyfield, he was first or second out, wasn't he?
Yeah, fantastic effort from Joe. Lucy in first place. He's not fully updated the scores as she completed the last boulder.
We have both Bridgen sisters in at the moment.
Yeah. I wonder if we can have both the Bridgens and the McDougals in.
A final of sibling.
Yeah. Diane having a really long rest after that attempt. Really difficult boulder, men's 4. Out the gates, hard moves.
Toby not wasting any time, getting straight on M2. I was really impressed with how quickly Toby adapted to the Boulder style. You know, like I think he was already really good at lead, kind of early on to into his World Cup success, and then he spent a long time working on lâchers, coordination moves, and then, you know, translated that into winning a Boulder World Cup.
Yeah.
The same, or the following, or the same year. So
yeah, in Brixham.
Yes.
Wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I was fortunate to actually be at that competition.
It was incredible, wasn't it?
It was absolutely amazing. The crowd was something else that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way he won that comp on the last boulder.
Yes. Last
attempt.
boulder.
I think he had to do the boulder for first. I think if he didn't do the boulder, he would come fourth.
Yeah, it was all or nothing,
it was
wasn't it?
absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Toby's given us many of those moments in the last couple of years, but yeah, I've been super impressed with how well and quickly he's adapted to this boulder style, because I don't think it came naturally to him.
I'd agree with that, watching the way he climbs. But it seems like his work capacity seems
he trains
absolutely off the charts.
Harder than anyone I think I've ever seen before. Faye just topped the last boulder.
Yeah.
It must have been a really quick top, but like super amazing effort from Faye there. She was already in third place. I think that will bump her up into second behind Lucy. I think Lucy will have her on attempts maybe, but it will be tight.
Yeah. But yeah, it's
a solid place in the final.
Yeah, only the second top, isn't it? For women's 4.
I think Zoe's back up to the top of F3 again. She's gone for a high heel. I wonder if this will work. No, thinking about it again. Another high heel. She does love a heel hook. I'm not sure about this.
But it's good, she's moving about each in.
She's trying everything. And she's found that kind of
and there we go.
Press position that I was talking about earlier. And she's having a great championships. 3 tops.
Yeah, and the 2 holes below the top. I mean, she was on those holes for quite an amount of time there.
Yeah.
Just, left heel hook, right heel hook.
Yeah.
Okay, no, they're not working. Right, I need to move again. And yeah, having that confidence and not rushing. I think, okay, no, this isn't right. Okay, I'm going to keep moving. It's good maturity.
So I think it's just Jack on the mats now. Sam Butterworth, our only male athlete with 4 zones so far. So he's done a lot of climbing.
Yeah, the most progress on men's 4, for sure. Jack just running down the clock, trying to save him, get back as much energy as possible.
ask the crowd to give him a hand. It looks so powerful and hard on the shoulders.
Shrugging the shoulders.
Sometimes you just don't get it.
Yeah.
Back on the mats, our Olympic finalists, Hamish McArthur and Erin McNeese. Joined by Emma Edwards and Nathan Rady.
I'm feeling a top for Hamish here.
Yeah, me too.
Not a betting man, but ooh, okay.
Erin's taking her time getting on the wall. Nice for Hamish.
Ah, okay. Bit slightly different to what we've seen other competitors do, but yeah, he made it work.
Easy run onto the wall for Erin. And confidently into that second hold. Little blow, moving well.
Yeah, Erin has a really good flow about her climbing, doesn't it? Like one move just seamlessly flows into the next. There's a really good rhythm in her climbing.
Just searching around for that final
look at that.
position.
No problem.
But she made it work, and she's down climbing half the boulder. Yeah, really smooth climbing from Erin. She was confident in the run on. Jumped straight into that second hold. The middle section looked like a path for her, and then, you know, it took a split second for her to figure out that final end position.
Yeah.
But yeah, a confident match, a third top for her, and yeah, pretty minimal climbing required for her in this round.
Saving the energy and the skin.
Saving the energy for finals.
Yeah, I think skin, the fingertips could be a big factor actually.
Oh, 100%. Like you want low attempts to tops, really.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
The less time you're on the wall, the better. The more skin you've got. And we can see top left, you've got some stats on the screen. Problem 3, as we said for the men, was the most tops. 14 out of 20.
Right.
It's quite a lot of tops.
Yeah.
But
that looks like it's a pretty good split.
Yeah. Closely followed by the second boulder. A lot less tops in the women's side of things. 10 tops on boulder 2. Then just 5 on 3, 4 and 1. And problem 2 too. Problem 4 too, sorry. Quite a few ties in the men's side of things. We've got 3 people tied for 3rd at the moment and 3 people tied for 6th. So things will change. I can't see Max or Hamish in there at the moment, or Toby.
Yeah.
So
and it's 8 through to the final.
8 through to finals.
Correct,
Yeah. doing well and into the zone, I believe, on F4. Come on, Emma. Really good work here. Come on, can she finish it off? 10 seconds left on the clock. Oh, so close.
Unfortunate.
So tough. Last go.
Yeah.
Power boulder. Last boulder. I'm really impressed she managed to get a high point then.
Yeah, I think even just getting the zone on the last boulder, well, for men and women, is a good achievement. Okay, Max Milne on his final boulder now. Be interesting to see how he gets on with this one. We have Holly and Toby on their third boulder.
Toby's quite like a feelsy climber. I think he does quite a lot of his figuring out on the wall.
Okay.
You know, like he'll put one heel up and be like, oh no, not that one, the next one. But he's just so fit that he could probably try every possible solution in one go.
I mean, he made that look so true.
Max is into the zone on boulder 4. And Holly with an easy top on F3. Come on, Max.
Whoa.
Now that looks really powerful. That is basically a one armour off of a really bad hold.
Yeah, and the hold is going to, as you said earlier, it's turned, it's not downward facing.
Yeah.
And you have to catch it as a Gaston for your right hand. And it's kind of a slopey pocket.
Yeah, it's definitely not positive.
Yeah.
Zoe's moving well through this last boulder as well. She's got her eye on 4 tops.
There we go. Yeah.
A great round for Zoe.
If you get a hand on the final hold of women's 4, I think you're staying on. Yeah, you're staying on. Okay, we're zooming in now on the last 2 boulders. You can get a better look at home of the holes. I think Max is just taking a good rest here. He has the measure of the boulder. Just wants to rest up as much as possible to have a really good attempt.
Yeah, you can see how experienced a competition climber he is. Really good pacing of his goes.
Yeah.
He's so chill anyways, but I'm always impressed at how much he manages to carry that into his competition round. He's calm, he's chilled. I mean, he's having a good round, so that helps, but I know that he'll want to do every boulder.
He will.
So he'll be thinking, why am I not doing this, basically? But yeah, he's a very measured, relaxed climber, and you can see that he's having fun.
Yes.
He's always enjoying it, and that's why he's such a joy to watch. I'm really excited to see Max compete this year. He's just focusing on bouldering for the first time in a little while, and so I just can't wait to see what he gets up to on the World Cup circuit.
Yeah, I guess this year it changes the dynamic of the season without it being, it's 4 years till the next Olympics, so
yeah,
it certainly changes the dynamic, doesn't it?
I guess it gives people a little bit of space to breathe and maybe go back to their roots, competition roots. And I know that Max has been training super hard. He's had a couple of training camps to Paris, and other places, and he recently had his friend Mejdi over from the French team to train in the UK.
Come on, Max.
So strong.
Wow.
It looks like a different boulder.
Yeah. I mean, not that long ago I was watching Jack McDougall on that boulder, who's no slouch.
Come on, Max. Oh, really close, but yeah, those holes are just so bad.
Oh, desperate move.
Great round for Max. We will get to see him in the finals later, I believe.
For sure. Barring appeals, I suppose there's always appeals that can be made, but
true.
See, fairly certain Max will be there. Then back to Erin and Hamish on their final boulders.
I think they both know that this is potentially the hardest boulder of the round, so they're having a proper good look and brush and taking a little bit more time before getting on. Hamish going feet first, whereas I think Max did a bit of a campus move out to this zone.
He did, yes, yeah.
So we'll see if the different, interesting, method works. And yeah, easy for Erin.
No problem there.
I guess this round is kind of a bit of a formality for her. Hamish is making his way through this.
Yeah.
Middle section. One of those where it doesn't have to be pretty, you've just gotta get through it. Come on, Hamish. Now I see why Hamish is trying to get his feet up, and I think that, it's a long way to the next hold for the shoulder. But because they're so much shiny and the angles are so awkward, it's so hard to actually get your feet to stay on anything. So, the route setters have really made this one tricky. Physically, you try and tech it out or put your feet on, and even that's hard. So I wonder how much Hamish will try it. I reckon he knows that he's pretty comfortably into finals. Whether there'll be any tactics involved in his last rotation.
Yeah, he's given the ball a good brush now. I think he's going to rest a bit more. He might just run the clock down and have one more go.
Yeah,
it's a good chance he might just do that. That was a reasonable attempt on his last go. So he's like, okay, I've got the measure of it. That move going up to the second pocket is hard. Yeah, okay, I just need to rest a little bit. Yeah, just shaking his arms.
We're almost at the end of our senior semi-final round at the British Bouldering Championships 2025. It's been quite the morning already. We've had the under-17 semi-finals. That started at 9 o'clock. And we've got our final start list for them, starting after this. And we're going to have our finals later on to find out who will be crowned the British Bouldering Champion.
Yeah, the under-17 final will be at 5 o'clock and the senior final approximately 6:30.
So much still left to happen today. We're only just getting going, really.
Yeah, so after this, time to get yourself some lunch.
As we said, there's a title on the line, but there's also selection to the British climbing team today. So, you know, at the end of the day, you'll find out who will be competing in World Cups. But hey, we've gone for a different method here. And I think it looked positive.
Yeah, it was worth a try. It was worth an attempt.
Hamish is really good at breaking beater and using his length. I remember watching him at the World Championships in Moscow a couple of years ago, and he skipped out half of a boulder. And I think it brought him up to 7th place in the semi-final. And it was just incredible. And like, really, as a short person, horrifying to watch at the same time. But he is extremely good at using his length. And I think that was like a really good option, actually.
And I think in the moment, having the intuition to do that, to look at the climb in a different way, don't get sucked into what the route setters potentially intended, and actually just look at the whole thing and think, actually, what's going to work for me?
And maybe that's where climbing outside comes into it.
Perhaps, yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Last climbers out on the mats. Holly Tootill, Toby Roberts. I think they're both pretty comfortably into finals.
Yeah, I think so.
But let's see if they can just finish for the top.
No problem for Holly. Let's see what Toby can make of the second half of this boulder. This is the move that not seen done yet. Absolutely desperate. Your right hand is coming from such a long way, isn't it? Your left hand is open, your right hand is underneath the volume, and it's coming all the way around and extending up.
Yeah, and I think to be able to hold that position, you need to be pulled really high up into your shoulders.
Yeah.
And like you said, with your hand coming from so low, that's really difficult because those holds are really bad.
Yeah. And we saw as the right hand is coming from underneath you, so as it comes round, it's also twisting your body in the wrong direction. You want to get into that right shoulder, but the momentum is carrying you the other way.
It may look like a simple move, but there's a lot going on in that move.
Yeah.
But that was only Toby's first go.
Yeah.
So he's already kind of hit the high point. So I'm confident that with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, he'll be able to have another good go.
Yeah.
Toby's back on. We're just under a minute to go. And just looking a little bit tired, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure he did it exactly like the other competitors. As he's matching into the kind of second dish, I remember thinking, God, you could see he was trying really hard.
And sometimes it's just, that first go sight.
Yeah. We saw it earlier in the day.
Match it.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that concludes our senior semi-final round at the British Bouldering Championships. What a round!
Yeah.
As you can see, our junior final is going to start at 5 o'clock and our senior final will start at 6:30. So all of our athletes have got about 4.5 hours to recover, rest up for tonight's final, where we will see who will be crowned the British Bouldering Champion. And here we have the scores. We're just waiting for Toby's final zone to be added, but I think that's pretty much our final list. So as we said earlier, the top 8 are going through to the to the final. As we've got Jamie and Nathan tied for 7th place, they are our top 8. They're our last 2 spaces in our top 8.
Okay, so in the women's we have Erin securing first place with all 4 tops, also Zoe topping all 4 boulders. Holly's score is not quite updated yet, as she topped number 4, so she's going to move up the rankings with 3 boulders. But yeah, it looks like our top 8 down to Maya.
One last look at the timetable. Thank you so much for listening to us, watching, supporting the British Bouldering Championships. We hope you tune back in at 5 o'clock for the under-17 finals, and then 6:30 for our senior finals.
Yeah.
See you then.
We'll see you then. Bye.